under the patronage of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. The Badar Expo Solutions is the event manager for this mega event. PIMEC will bring together stakeholders and companies from diverse maritime fields to exploit the potential of blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are waiting for the arrival of the Honorable Chief Guest, I would like to take a few minutes to apprise you of today's program and the sequence of events. Today's ceremony will formally begin with the arrival of the Chief Guest, the Honorable Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. We are all kindly requested to rise in his honor when the Chief Guest enters the hall. Today's proceedings will start with the recitation of the Holy Quran, followed by the welcome address by Rear Admiral Mian Zakirullah Jan, 𝐿𝐴𝐲 Military, Commander Karachi. Thereafter, Sayyid Faisal Ali Sabzwari, the Federal Minister for Maritime Affairs, will address the audience. The Chief Guest will then formally inaugurate the exhibition and address the audience. At the end, the Chief Guest will proceed to view the exhibition hall. May I request our worthy audience that as the Chief Guest moves out of the venue, to avoid the inconvenience, you're all requested to remain seated in this hall until you're requested to proceed to the exhibition area. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your understanding and your attention. We are now awaiting the Honorable Chief Guest's arrival. May I request you all to kindly be seated.
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, जिसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नॉटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है और 12 से 24 तक एक कंटिगुअस जोन होता है जिस पे फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का, और 24 से 200 नॉटिकल माइल तक वो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का। उसके बाद जिसको ईईजी बोलते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है कि इंटरनेशनल वाटर शुरू होते हैं, फिर बफर, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ इसके जोन्स हैं। हम बलूचिस्तान की तरफ से सारी बिज़नेस कम्युनिटी को इस पाइमेक में वेलकम करते हैं। यहाँ पे बेतहाशा बिज़नेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं। मैं आपसे यही गुजारिश करूँगा कि आप आइए, हम लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए और इस हमारी काविश को, इस हमारी पाइमेक को पार्टिसिपेट करके इसको कामयाब बनाएं। इसलिए ये पाकिस्तान की इकानमी में बहुत बड़ा रोल होगा, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मोर देन 50 कंट्रीज से जो हैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ रहे हैं। आप भी तशरीफ़ लाइए और आपके जो इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर हैं उनको भी हम दावत देते हैं कि आप हमारे बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का और पाइमेक का हिस्सा बनिए। शुक्रिया।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in KundmalIr, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है। हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाइमेक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहाँ बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाइमेक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमेक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे, कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाइमेक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकॉनमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी, क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाइमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकॉनमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
Pakistan Navy, under the patronage of Ministry of Maritime Affairs, co-organized by Badar Expo Solutions, is organizing the first ever International Maritime Exhibition at Karachi. The exhibition will provide B2G and B2B interactions, joint ventures and investment in maritime sector. A maritime conference will also be conducted during PIMEC. Pakistan International Maritime Exhibition and Conference will be held from the 10th till the 12th of February 2023 at Karachi Expo Center.
Pakistan's economic development is intricately linked to development of our blue economy. It is in this vein that Pakistan Navy is holding the first ever International Maritime Expo and Conference from 10th to 12th February. I invite all the stakeholders, national and international, to join us in this activity so you can find the potential of Pakistan in blue economy. PMSA stands firm to ensure safe and secure seas and provide the right environment for propagation of these activities. We'll do our best to facilitate in all manners possible to all those who come and invest in our seas and our blue economy. Together we can ensure the development of blue economy of Pakistan and safety of our maritime zones for development of our economy. Thank you very much.
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमेक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائمیک میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپینٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in KundmalIr, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس جو کہ 10 فروری سے 12 فروری تک ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی میں منعقد کی جا رہی ہے۔ حکومت بلوچستان پویلین کا انعقاد کرے گی۔ میں تمام انویسٹر سے، پاکستانی قوم سے، انٹرنیشنل کمیونٹی سے، بزنس کمیونٹی سے درخواست کروں گا کہ وہ آئیں، پائمیک میں بلوچستان کو ایکسپلور کریں، گوادر کی اپرچونٹیز ایکسپلور کریں، کوسٹل ٹورزم، ایکو ٹورزم اینڈ بلو اکانومی کو ایکسپلور کریں، جہاں بے پناہ مواقع اور اپرچونٹیز ہیں جن کا استفادہ کر کے آپ نہ صرف بلوچستان کی اکانومی بلکہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں اپنا کنٹریبیوشن ڈال سکتے ہیں۔ 50 سے زائد ممالک اور اس کی ڈیلیگیشنز پائمیک میں شامل ہوں گی، جہاں بزنس ٹو بزنس اینڈ گورنمنٹ ٹو گورنمنٹ اور بزنس ٹو گورنمنٹ ڈیلیگیشنز ایک دوسرے سے تبادلہ خیال کریں گی، جو ایک بہترین اپرچونٹی ہے۔ اس کو ایکسپلور کیجیے اور پاکستان اور بلوچستان کی ترقی میں اپنا کردار ادا کیجیے۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس پائمیک، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے, نیول چیفز آئیں گے, دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے, کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی, اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا. اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے, پائمیک سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میری ٹائم سلامتی ہے, میری ٹائم سفارتکاری ہے, اور میری ٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے, جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں, اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی, کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی. افریقہ سے, ایشیا سے, یورپ سے, مغرب سے, مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے, وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے, گفتگو بھی ہوگی, اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا, ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں, اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے, معیشت کے حوالے سے, اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے. تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے, جو صلاحیتیں ہیں, جو کاوشیں ہیں, ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں, اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے سلامتی کے حوالے سے, اور اس خطے میں پاکستان کا ایک کلیدی کردار ہے اور نیوی اس میں سر فہرست میں ہے, وہ رول اب انشاءاللہ اور تیزی کے ساتھ اور پختگی کے ساتھ اجاگر ہوگا. اور میں انشاءاللہ امید رکھتا ہوں کہ اس پائمیک کے ذریعے جو اتنی بڑی ایکسپو بھی ہو رہی ہے, کانفرنس بھی ہو رہی ہے, امن ایکسرسائز بھی ہو رہی ہے, اس کے ذریعے پاکستان ایک حکمت عملی بنا سکے گا, حکومت پاکستان اور باقی سٹیک ہولڈرز, آئندہ کی بلو اکانومی کو کیسے آگے لے کے چلنا ہے, تاکہ ہماری معیشت بھی مضبوط ہوگی, ملک بھی مضبوط ہوگا, اور پاکستان نیوی ایک کلیدی کردار بھی ادا کرے گی, معیشت کے حوالے سے بھی, سلامتی کے حوالے سے بھی, اور سفارتکاری کے حوالے سے بھی انشاءاللہ.
Pakistan Navy, under the patronage of Ministry of Maritime Affairs, co-organized by Badar Expo Solutions, is organizing the first ever International Maritime Exhibition at Karachi. The exhibition will provide B2G and B2B interactions, joint ventures and investment in maritime sector. A maritime conference will also be conducted during PIMEC. Pakistan International Maritime Exhibition and Conference will be held from the 10th till the 12th of February 2023 at Karachi Expo Center.
Pakistan's economic development is intricately linked to development of our blue economy. It is in this vein that Pakistan Navy is holding the first ever International Maritime Expo and Conference from 10th to 12th February. I invite all the stakeholders, national and international, to join us in this activity so you can find the potential of Pakistan in blue economy. PMSA stands firm to ensure safe and secure seas and provide the right environment for propagation of these activities. We'll do our best to facilitate in all manners possible to all those who come and invest in our seas and our blue economy. Together we can ensure the development of blue economy of Pakistan and safety of our maritime zones for development of our economy. Thank you very much.
ہم منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس پائمیک, جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی, منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہی ہیں, اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں. اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں. ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں, آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں. آئیں, ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے, اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں, اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے. 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے. 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے, اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا, اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا. اس کے بعد جس کو 𝐸𝐸𝐳 بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپینٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے، اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in 𝐾𝐿, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس جو کہ 10 فروری سے 12 فروری تک ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی میں منعقد کی جا رہی ہے، حکومت بلوچستان پویلین کا انعقاد کرے گی۔ میں تمام انویسٹر سے، پاکستانی قوم سے، انٹرنیشنل کمیونٹی سے، بزنس کمیونٹی سے درخواست کروں گا کہ وہ آئیں، پائمیک میں بلوچستان کو ایکسپلور کریں، گوادر کی اپرچونٹیز ایکسپلور کریں، کوسٹل ٹورزم، ایکو ٹورزم اینڈ بلو اکانومی کو ایکسپلور کریں، جہاں بے پناہ مواقع اور اپرچونٹیز ہیں جن کا استفادہ کر کے آپ نہ صرف بلوچستان کی اکانومی بلکہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں اپنا کنٹریبیوشن ڈال سکتے ہیں۔ 50 سے زائد ممالک اور اس کی ڈیلیگیشنز پائمیک میں شامل ہوں گی، جہاں بزنس ٹو بزنس اینڈ گورنمنٹ ٹو گورنمنٹ اور بزنس ٹو گورنمنٹ ڈیلیگیشنز ایک دوسرے سے تبادلہ خیال کریں گی، جو ایک بہترین اپرچونٹی ہے۔ اس کو ایکسپلور کیجیے اور پاکستان اور بلوچستان کی ترقی میں اپنا کردار ادا کیجیے۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس پائمیک، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، پائمیک سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میریٹائم سلامتی ہے، میریٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میریٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا، ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں، اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے، معیشت کے حوالے سے، اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے۔ تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے، جو صلاحیتیں ہیں، جو کاوشیں ہیں، ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں، اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खत्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सर फहरिस्त में है। वो रोल अब इंशाल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाइमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
Pakistan's economic development is intricately linked to development of our blue economy. It is in this vein that Pakistan Navy is holding the first ever International Maritime Expo and Conference from 10th to 12th February. I invite all the stakeholders, national and international, to join us in this activity so you can find the potential of Pakistan in blue economy. PMSA stands firm to ensure safe and secure seas and provide the right environment for propagation of these activities. We'll do our best to facilitate in all manners possible to all those who come and invest in our seas and our blue economy. Together we can ensure the development of blue economy of Pakistan and safety of our maritime zones for development of our economy. Thank you very much.
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमैक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आए एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाइमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, जिसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नॉटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है और 12
the venue. May I once again request you all to kindly be seated as we are about to begin our program. Once again, on behalf of the Pakistan Navy, I would like to welcome you to PIMEC 2023. This is, of course, being organized by the Pakistan Navy under the patronage of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, today's ceremony will formally begin with the arrival of the chief guest. You are all kindly requested to rise in the honor when the honorable chief guest arrives.
Till the time उसकी sequence में नहीं आते, तो you will request Chief of Naval Staff.
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, जिसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को
Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs for Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Pakistan Navy, we would like to welcome you to the premier edition of the Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference, the PIMEC 2023. This is being co-organized by the Pakistan Navy under the patronage of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. We would like to formally begin the opening ceremony with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان
Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, water is essentially life. 70% of our body is water, and these mammoth bodies, the seas, the ocean, they connect the humanity to be one large indifferent commune. And that is why if one part of us, one community, one country is under distress, it causes pain and heartache to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the PIMEC 2023, we'd first like to offer our deepest condolences for those who have lost their lives and their loved ones to the devastating earthquakes in Turkey. Pakistan stands in solidarity and compassion with Turkey and Syria in these trying times. May those who are under treatment get well soon. May help reach the soonest. Our prayers, our thoughts, and our heart is with them. Let us observe a minute of silence to pray and honor for their memory. Once again, welcome to PIMEC 2023. Pakistan is an important maritime nation in the Indian Ocean, blessed with approximately 1,120 kilometers of coastline, rich exclusive economic zone, 240,000 square kilometers of continental shelf. Pakistan has a rich but untapped blue potential in the maritime sector for fueling economic growth and alleviating poverty. But like many ocean nations, oceans are reaching a tipping point and are under threat on many fronts. From overfishing to marine pollution to coastline erosion, all of which are exacerbated by the climate change. Healthy oceans provide for jobs, food, economic Growth is actually driven by them, and they, of course, keep the planet cool too. So a break from business as usual is required. With this vision and this ideology, ladies and gentlemen, PIMEC 2023 has been put forth in full force. Today, as we see, the public and the private sectors are here to display products and to actually provide solutions to mitigate the problems and challenges we are facing today. The event will also highlight Pakistan's maritime potential and provide the desired fillip for economic growth at a national and international level. I'm thankful to our worthy audience and participants for sparing their valuable time and for participating so overwhelmingly in our maiden event. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would now like to invite Rear Admiral Mia Zakirullah Jan, 𝐿𝐴 Military, Commander Karachi, for his welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. 𝗏𝗏 𝐵𝒍𝒄, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Admiral Muhammad Amjad Khan Niazi, 𝐿𝐴 Military, 𝗏𝗏𝐵𝒍𝒄, Chief of the Naval Staff, Provincial Minister, Chief Minister Sindh, visiting delegates, scholars and experts on maritime affairs, valued exhibitors, media personnel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of Pakistan Navy and Ministry of Maritime Affairs, it is an honor for me to welcome you all in the opening ceremony of first Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference, dubbed as PIMEC 2023. I express my profound gratitude to our esteemed guests from different countries, representing almost all parts of the globe, for being here with us to participate and mark the PIMEC 2023, a mutually beneficial event. Ladies and gentlemen, before Pakistan's independence, Dr. Allama Iqbal, in his address of 1930 at Allahabad, and Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah during his interaction with Mr. Rustam Kausji, owner of the then only shipping company in India in 1946, had stressed upon realization of maritime sector. And accordingly, drawing strength from the founding fathers' vision, soon after independence, Pakistan made early strides in the maritime economy. But the momentum could not be sustained due to the lack of desired focus. However, with the growth of geoeconomics as a central theme in the national security policy of Pakistan, and at a time when there has been a new surge of militarization and power politics, development of blue economy within a secure and cooperative framework has become imperative for the economy of Pakistan. A need was therefore felt to realign ourselves with the foundational maritime visions, and accordingly, Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Pakistan Navy jointly thought of a course alignment by way of reinvigorating the maritime strategic path through PIMEC. A concise look at the global sea-centric picture suggests that existing contribution of maritime sector to global economy is about $1.5 trillion, which is expected to be doubled in size by 2030, implying that Pakistan must pay attention to the sea, which is most rightly deserves. And therefore, it is a moment of pride for Pakistan Navy and Ministry of Maritime Affairs to host this maiden mega event, essentially meant to raise awareness amongst national stakeholders and international fraternity about the largely untapped but huge potential of Pakistan's blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, PIMEC is a step towards that realization and would include maritime exhibition and conference, bringing the industrial and intellectual side of the blue economy, both locals as well as foreigners, under one roof. This is a unique attempt and effort of its kind since its independence and is intended to be one of the international rendezvous of entrepreneurs, research and development specialists, financial experts, and policymakers. It will accordingly provide excellent opportunity to develop better understanding and recognition, establish networking for joint venture, and most importantly, seeking affordable solution of the challenges being faced by the maritime industry. It is heartening to inform that 142 exhibitors, including 22 foreign firms and 32 international delegates from 12 countries, are participating in PIMEC event, which indicates an overwhelming interest toward reaping the benefit of our blue economy. I may like to mention here that PIMEC 2023 is being conducted in tandem with multinational exercise Aman, which provides an opportunity to over 122 delegates from 50 navies to witness the PIMEC event. The exhibitors will therefore interact with large number of local and international attendees, including officials from navies across the globe. Distinguished guests, PIMEC will include maritime exhibition, business to business and business to government meetings, signing of MOUs, and media interactions. In parallel, the PIMEC's conference part, that is International Maritime Conference 2023, spearheaded by National Institute of Maritime Affairs, has also been organized on the theme Embracing Blue Economy, Challenges and Opportunities for Developing Countries. The IMC, thematically distributed under 4 sessions, will cover 27 papers by national and international speakers of repute. The intellectual discourse during IMC, in my view, would pave the way for identification of a strategic direction that we need to take to benefit from the sea while protecting this invaluable resource for the future of our children. I hope the participants and attendants both would benefit tremendously from the papers, and towards the end, National Institute of Maritime Affairs would be able to frame the key takeaways for our maritime policy. Ladies and gentlemen, with its massive maritime zone of nearly 290,000 square kilometers, more than 1,000 kilometer coastline, and 880 square kilometer coastal belt, Pakistan has numerous living and non-living resources, large swaths of untapped beaches, and enormous potential for renewable energy sources. From another angle, if one simply looks at the geographic orientation, Pakistan maritime zones are comparatively larger than the available user land hinterland. This is one of the prime factors based on which PIMEC would afford a forum for investors, researchers, analysts, and students to explore deeper and find several opportunities in the vast available maritime arena. The domain that has thus far remained under shadow of agrarian and land-based industrial direction. Here I would like to suggest to the government to consider significantly incentivizing investors in the maritime sector to secure the future of our generation and brighten the prospects of prosperity of our motherland. Distinguished guests, PIMEC all in all would endeavor figuring out a strategic vision that could harness sea-based economy into our overall economic construct. The government of Pakistan has rightly understood to divert its policy gaze towards the sea while intensifying efforts to address pervasive sea blindness. Forums such as PIMEC, in my opinion, would assure the investor to put their money in the sea-based business that will not just bring them long-term advantages, but also help propel Pakistan's course towards realizing the blue economy goals. Ladies and gentlemen, before winding up, allow me to briefly touch upon the response to why PIMEC now. To respond, I believe we as a nation is at inflection point and have far too long kept the sea as our backyard, thinking that the land alone carry panacea for all our problems. While it does carry the solution for most, if we make a strategic reorientation, make sea as our front yard, and integrate land-based economy with blue economy, we can have a $1 trillion GDP before the end of a decade. So therefore, I consider PIMEC to be an event representing a point of inflection in our nation's history, and if it goes on and captured successfully, we would be witnessing a tremendous addition to our economy in the future. At the end, I once again thank the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs for sparing his valuable time and gracing the occasion as chief guest. I wish and pray that the foundation of PIMEC laid today will greatly benefit our beloved country. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. As the Honorable Commander Karachi has already comprehensively alluded on the vision and the idea of PIMEC, ladies and gentlemen, it is also important to note that more than half of the world's population lives near a coastline, primarily due to the proximity of maritime transportation. This puts an immense pressure on the coastal environments and makes communities very vulnerable. They are vulnerable to the rising sea levels, increasing frequency and severity of storms due to climate change, and therefore mitigating and adapting to these realities is crucial to maintaining a healthy economy, and it presents multiple business opportunities for all of us. We must start to see the nature as our ally in the coming days and in mitigating the problems. This is, of course, also the vision of the Ministry of Maritime. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister for Maritime Affairs, Pakistan. Please welcome 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐿 Ali Sabzwari for his address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Foreign Minister Mr. 𝗞𝗿𝗰 Bhutto Zardari, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral 𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐿, Chief Minister Sindh, Excellencies, Senior Leadership of Armed Forces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Ministry of Maritime Affairs, being partner with Pakistan Navy and Badar Expo in PIMEC. It is the first ever exhibition for maritime affairs in Pakistan, and certainly it is a matter of great satisfaction to see you all, as well as 142 delegates from different countries and participants. Mr. Foreign Minister, sir, your presence on the occasion certainly highlights the importance you give to this particular sector, and the presence of Honorable Chief Minister Sindh here as well. Because for our foreign delegates, I would like to mention that Pakistan is a federation, and two of the most important ports of Pakistan are in the province of Sindh. And this time, I can certainly vouch that the federal government and the provincial government are trying to work in harmony, trying to work in a synchronized manner to offer best value from our ports, from our ocean, and for the blue economy. Certainly, since the blue economy is the subject here, it is aimed on two major elements, sir. First, the necessity of protecting and restoring existing ocean resources. That is the source of livelihood and food for billions. Whereas the second is to seek opportunities for enhanced or new sustainable economic activities derived from the oceans. So here I would reiterate that the federal government of Pakistan strongly needs the support of our provincial governments in order to create an environment where not only the fishermen, not only the other stakeholders, but even our foreign investors clearly see the opportunity lying in Pakistan and see that people are working in cohesion for a better, sustainable ocean. So blue economy represents a new and interesting concept at all, both from economic potential and human sustenance aspects, but also that it can be used to reduce environmental degradation. I would again like to emphasize that Ministry of Maritime Affairs, with the help of Ministry of Climate Change and the provincial government, are trying to build new sewage treatment plants here for our ocean. We have engaged certain foreign partners, certain ocean cleanup startups for a better ocean, which would not only help reducing the environmental waste, the biological waste we witness in our oceans, but again creating more and more opportunities. Distinguished guests, it is the need of the hour for us to focus on broadening the maritime horizons, especially with all important CPAC and Badar port coming up. The requirements and the opportunities increased manifolds. It is therefore indispensable that events such as PIMEC are organized not only for raising maritime awareness, but also for harnessing our immense blue economy. The conduct of PIMEC will indeed open avenues to witness some of the latest global technology in the maritime industry. It will also set the stage for worldwide maritime industry to synergize businesses and forge economic cooperation. I would like to mention here that after several years, the Government of Pakistan and Ministry of Maritime Affairs is offering at least 3 new terminals at different ports, from multi-purpose terminals to clean cargo bulk terminals, from containerized terminals. Through PIMEC, we can certainly offer our information to the international delegates who are interested here for B2B, for B2G, or rather the newly introduced G2G framework, which Government of Pakistan has very recently passed. Ladies and gentlemen, PIMEC 2023 would facilitate public-private partnership to explore new avenues of cooperation and investments with the international maritime industry and stakeholders from hydrocarbon industries, coastal development, marine tourism, offshore renewable energy, aquaculture, seabed mining, and marine services will exhibit their potential under one roof. Honorable Chief Guest, it is worth mentioning that the International Maritime Conference being held as part of PIMEC under the title IMC 23. It is also significant to note that the mega event being undertaken by the National Institute of Maritime Affairs since 2007, and this event, which is graced by the large number of exhibitors and experts from industry, academia, eminent speakers and policymakers and delegates around the world, has acquired a prestigious stature. I hope these deliberations would yield purposeful recommendations for economic integration and exploitation of our blue economic potential. Again, I would like to thank Pakistan Navy's leadership, Admiral Niazi, Chief of Naval Staff, Badar Expo, honorable ladies and gentlemen who are present here. We are here to seek more and more opportunities for Pakistan as a responsible country, Pakistan as a growing country, Pakistan as a resilient country. Long live Pakistan. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Honourable Minister for Maritime Affairs, Mr. Sabzwari, thank you very much. And yet again, this is about fulfilling and living up to the true potential that the ocean presents to us. Just a little fun fact, ladies and gentlemen. If the ocean were a country, they would have been the 7th largest economy of the world. And therefore, it gives us the potential to continue harnessing the good fruits that they have. But now, the moment that we've all been waiting for, it is time to inaugurate the PIMEC 2023. For this, ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Honorable Chief Guest, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari Sahab, to please head to the head table, to the stage. May I also request the Honorable Minister of Maritime Affairs, 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐶 Sabzwari, to please join him. May I also request the Honorable Syed Murad Ali Shah Sahab, the Chief Minister of Sindh, to please join them. And of course, may I also request Admiral Amjad Khan Niazi, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐶 Military Chief of Naval Staff, to please join him up on stage. Our Honorable Chief Guest will now be placing his hand on the digital kiosk which will formally open PIMEC 2023. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. With this, our Honorable Chief Guest has formally opened PIMEC 2023. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, may I now request the Honorable Admiral Amjad Khan Niazi Sahab, the 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐶 Military Chief of Naval Staff, to present the PIMEC memento to the Honorable Chief Guest. Thank you, sir. May I now request the Honorable Chief Guest to address this august gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, for his address.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, that's me, for Maritime Affairs, Federal Ministers, Chief of Naval Staff, Senior Leadership of the Armed Forces, delegates and exhibitors, Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure for me to address the inaugural ceremony of Pakistan International Maritime Exhibition and Conference 2023. I congratulate the Pakistan Navy, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and the National Institute of Maritime Affairs and other partners for the organization of this premier edition of the PIMEC in conjunction with the multinational maritime exercise Aman. I extend a warm welcome to the participants of Aman and PIMEC and representatives of academia, maritime stakeholders who will be enriching the deliberations of the International Maritime Conference. The idea of holding the first PIMEC along with the Aman Exercise 2023 bears testimony to its inextricability and linkages between peace, security, and prosperity. The Aman exercise remains the largest of its kind in the Western Indian Ocean. They symbolize Pakistan's vision of tackling maritime security challenges and realizing the shared objectives of peace and order at the sea through international cooperation and collaborative efforts. Likewise, building on the success of Aman, PIMEC can serve as a platform for shared prosperity and a gateway for international manufacturers and suppliers of maritime technologies to explore new avenues of cooperation through joint ventures, outsourcing, and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, as early as the 5th century BC, a Greek strategist noted, "Whoever can hold the seas has command of everything." This was a due recognition of the fact that oceans have always been central to the sustenance of life on Earth. Apart from being a source of livelihood from times immemorial, living and non-living resources, oceans and seas have been conduits for travel, trade, and means of connecting civilizations. The contemporary global challenges of climate change reminds us of the significant role of oceans as regulators of natural climate, recyclers of the world's carbon dioxide, and a principal supplier of life-sustaining oxygen. Around 90% of global trade by volume and 70% by value travels via sea. This figure is a remarkable demonstration of not only the significance of maritime domain for international trade, but also of the interdependence of the global economies and the collective interests of all states to ensure that their approaches towards maritime security and the utilization of marine resources remain guided by the spirit of cooperation and collaboration. The Indian Ocean is an economic reservoir of natural resources, both living and non-living. It contains countless varieties of fish, deep sea minerals, and fossil fuels, in addition to the vast potential for tourism. Nearly half of the global seaborne trade and 70% of the global traffic of petroleum traverses through the Indian Ocean. The Northern Arabian Sea itself is a resource rich with immense potential to contribute towards Pakistan's economic development. Accordingly, the development of the blue economy is essential to realize this potential, especially in the areas of energy and food security and the exploration of mineral wealth. Development of efficient shipbreaking industry, transshipment ports, fisheries industry, coastal tourism, water sports, aquaculture are a few areas which merit our attention. We must also have more focus on conservation and sustainability so that we can not only benefit from our ocean resources, but also ensure sustainable benefit for future generations. To achieve maximum results, integration of public-private partnership amongst maritime industries is a must. New idea and entrepreneurship and management skills mastered by the private sector are indispensable for success in all public sector industries, including defense. The potential of academic and R&D organizations must be incorporated for enhancing efficiency and productivity for our maritime sector. At the government level, we will continue to strive and create a business and environment friendly, in an environment for investment in human capital and professional development in this demand-driven industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan carries out more than 95% of its trade via the sea. The economy of Pakistan is therefore wedded to sea-based commerce. Our vision of geoeconomics is built around Pakistan's ideal location to act as a hub of trade and energy connectivity and integration between Asia, Europe, and Africa. Our security and economic independence on the sea makes it necessary for Pakistan to build international partnerships in maritime domain for developing the blue economy and preserving the security of sea lines of communication against the threats posed by terrorism, piracy, drug trafficking, human smuggling, and arms proliferation. Pakistan has therefore been playing an active role in the combined task forces 150 and 151 against terrorism, piracy, and other illicit activities. Pakistan Navy has commanded these multinational task force on several occasions with distinction. As a party to the Law of the Sea Convention, Pakistan is strongly committed to the rights and obligations of states concerning the governance of oceans, their resources, navigation rights, and freedoms. The current global security environment is characterized by unprecedented challenges. there is a need to avoid exclusive geopolitical constructs that do not align with the historical, cultural, or geographical realities of the areas spanned by the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Humanity can ill afford divisive approaches in the face of formidable common challenges faced by all of us today. The traditional security threats are compounded by the challenges of pollution, environmental degradation, climate change, global warming, and rising sea levels. It is the primary responsibility of all states to ensure economic well-being of the people through a sustainable utilization of maritime resources while navigating these challenges. Given the enormity and global nature of the problems, cooperative and inclusive approaches will be required in the maritime domain. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by once again commending the efforts of the Minister of Maritime Affairs and the personal interests of the Chief of Naval Staff for taking this initiative to organize the PIMEC and exhibit the best of Pakistan's maritime sector. I hope that this landmark event will provide an opportunity to meaningfully engage for the promotion of international cooperation and progress. I'm sure that the platform of the International Maritime Conference will be effectively utilized for in-depth deliberations of the issues I have outlined briefly. I thank you all. Pakistan Zindabad.
Ladies and gentlemen, with these wonderful words and of course ambitions and ideas for the upcoming event, we are now open, and the next 2 days we hope that there will be much deliberation. But at this occasion, at the maiden event now being open, we would love to have a photograph that commemorates all those who are here. For this, once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Honorable Chief Guest, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝐵𝗏𝗰 Zardai Sahab, to join us for this group photograph. May I also request Syed Faisal Ali Sabzwari, the Minister of Maritime Affairs, to join us for this. Also, may I request Syed Murad Ali Shah Sahab, the Chief Minister of Sindh, to please join us for this photograph. And last but definitely not the least, may I also request Admiral Amjad Khan Niazi, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 Military Chief of Naval Staff, to please come together for a photograph. May I also request the very diligent PIMEC team to come together for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all our distinguished guests. Their presence and participation definitely alludes on the importance of maritime and PIMEC for Pakistan and for the partnering institutions and countries and organizations. May I request all our distinguished participants to please continue being seated. Our distinguished chief guests and the honorable guests will now be proceeding towards the exhibition, but may I request all our distinguished guests and participants to kindly stay seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our inauguration ceremony, but may I request you all to kindly stay seated, especially our delegates and our exhibitors. Our honorable chief guest and the delegation is now moving towards the exhibition halls. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for your patience. You may use any exit to now proceed to the exhibition area. Thank you and good luck for PIMEC 2023.
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپنٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔ بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ more than 50 countries سے جو ہیں وہ participants آ رہے ہیں. آپ بھی تشریف لائیے اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے. شکریہ.
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپینٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
ہم منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس پائمیک جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائمیک میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
Pakistan's economic development is intricately linked to development of our blue economy. It is in this vein that Pakistan Navy is holding the first ever International Maritime Expo and Conference from 10th to 12th February. I invite all the stakeholders, national and international, to join us in this activity so you can find the potential of Pakistan in blue economy. PMSA stands firm to ensure safe and secure seas and provide the right environment for propagation of these activities. We'll do our best to facilitate in all manners possible to all those who come and invest in our seas and our blue economy. Together we can ensure the development of blue economy of Pakistan and safety of our maritime zones for development of our economy. Thank you very much.
ہم منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس پائمیک جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائمیک میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس پائمیک، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، پائمیک سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میریٹائم سلامتی ہے، میریٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میریٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाइमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान
एंटरप्राइज डेवलपमेंट फंड इतना हो रहे हैं और पुराने और सिंध हुकूमत चाहती है कि सिंध एंटरप्राइज डेवलपमेंट फंड की क्रेडिट सब्सिडी स्कीम की मदद से काश्तकार को जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आएं, एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाईमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे। कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमैक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी। क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाईमैक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आए एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाईमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे। कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमैक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी। क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाईमैक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है, हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि वो आएँ, पाईमैक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहां बेपनाह मौके और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाईमैक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit coastal highway, Mokran coastal highway. And stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، جس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے، اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے، اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپینٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے، اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
ہم منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس پائمیک، جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائمیک میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس پائمیک، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، پائمیک سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میریٹائم سلامتی ہے، میریٹائم سفارتکاری ہے، اور میریٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا، ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں، اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے، معیشت کے حوالے سے، اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے۔ تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے، جو صلاحیتیں ہیں، جو کاوشیں ہیں، ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں، اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے سلامتی کے حوالے سے، اور اس خطے میں پاکستان کا ایک کلیدی کردار ہے، اور نیوی اس میں سر فہرست میں ہے، وہ رول اب انشاءاللہ اور تیزی کے ساتھ اور پختگی کے ساتھ اجاگر ہوگا۔ اور میں انشاءاللہ امید رکھتا ہوں کہ اس پائمیک کے ذریعے جو اتنی بڑی ایکسپو بھی ہو رہی ہے، کانفرنس بھی ہو رہی ہے، امن ایکسرسائز بھی ہو رہی ہے، اس کے ذریعے पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है, हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाइमेक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहाँ बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाइमेक में शामिल होंगी, जहाँ बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in Kundmalir, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, इसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नाटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है और 12 से 24 तक एक कंटिगुअस जोन होता है जिस पे फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का, और 24 से 200 नाटिकल माइल तक वो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का। उसके बाद जिसको ईईजी बोलते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है कि इंटरनेशनल वाटर शुरू होते हैं, फिर बफर, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ इसके जोन्स हैं। हम बलूचिस्तान की तरफ से सारी बिज़नेस कम्युनिटी को इस पाइमेक में वेलकम करते हैं। यहाँ पे बेतहाशा बिज़नेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं। मैं आपसे यही गुजारिश करूँगा कि आप आइए, हम लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए और इस हमारी काविश को, इस हमारी पाइमेक को पार्टिसिपेट करके इसको कामयाब बनाएं। इसलिए ये पाकिस्तान की इकानमी में बहुत बड़ा रोल होगा, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मोर देन 50 कंट्रीज से जो हैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ रहे हैं। आप भी तशरीफ़ लाइए और आपके जो इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर हैं उनको भी हम दावत देते हैं कि आप हमारे बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का और पाइमेक का हिस्सा बनिए। शुक्रिया।
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमेक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں. آئیں ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائیمیک میں شرکت کریں. اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں, پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں. پاکستان زندہ باد. हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आएं, एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाईमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे। कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमैक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी। क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाईमैक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है, हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि वो आएँ, पाईमैक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहां बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाईमैक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit coastal highway, Mokran coastal highway. Enjoy beaches in Kundmalir, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو ای بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونس ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس پائمیک میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری پائمیک کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپینٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے، اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور پائمیک کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
ہم منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس پائمیک، جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میریٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میریٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری پائمیک میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس پائمیک، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، پائمیک سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میریٹائم سلامتی ہے، میریٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میریٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا، ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں، اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے، معیشت کے حوالے سے، اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے۔ تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے، جو صلاحیتیں ہیں، جو کاوشیں ہیں، ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں، اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खत्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सर फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाइमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है। हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाइमेक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहां बेपनाह मौके और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाइमेक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आएं, एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाईमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे। कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमैक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी। क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाईमैक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है, हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाईमैक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहाँ बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाईमैक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in Kund-Malir, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
Balochistan.
motherland has been deteriorated. The change in environment is very evident, like the polar ice cap started shrinking. Consequences is raising the sea levels that put the coastal communities in heavy strain, and the coastal erosion has also started. The glacier melting triggered the increased cycles of floods, and of late Pakistan has been badly hit. And during the last flood, we lost over 2,000 precious lives and millions of livestock, and about 1/3 of Pakistan dwelling was underwater. Massive use of non-perishable and non-biodegradable material with incomparable waste management system has heavily polluted our sea. On average, we are pouring 1 dumper per minute in the sea. One plastic bottle takes about 450 years to degenerate into microplastic particles, and the marine life, when it consumes it, it creates a food supply chain where it comes back to our dining table. So we are systematically self-poisoning ourselves. Marine life has been greatly endangered, size of mangrove forest shrinking, and Pakistan had been blessed with the largest forest of mangroves in the world. That was the 5th largest. But thanks to the Pakistan Navy initiative, that this situation has been arrested. Coral reefs, which is 1% of the seas, provide habitat for 25% of the different types of marine species, is also under severe stress due to rising temperature and malpractices of fishermen and seafarers. All these symptoms loudly indicate to the proud custodian of this planet that please stop. Take a pause and reflect back, see what you have done to this mother planet. If you keep doing what you are doing, the future of this planet is doomed. Another big bang, and here it goes. Need to decelerate this dangerous trend. It calls for comprehensive change in our behavior, practices, procedures, and above all, in the mindset that climate change is a hoax. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rio 20 has been a landmark event where the concept of blue economy was catapulted. Although it has been in practice in the primitive civilizations and has also been an integral part of religion, it preaches to conserve natural resources and conserve the ecosystems. Embracing blue economy is a complete code of conduct that outlines a set of responsibilities. The major part of it has been enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals. The crux is to adopt green practices to sustain our available marine resources, use of environment-friendly technologies, processes, and procedures, preserve the ecosystems, and arrest the pollution and containment to environment as well as to the seas as oceans. Pakistan, being a maritime nation, is blessed with over 1,000 kilometers of coastline and about 290,000 square kilometer of extended EEZ. But we have much to do, and with greater momentum. Otherwise, we are continuously losing space because of inaction. We need to put the horse before the cart to speed up the process of reforms in the maritime domain. I greatly expect that upon conclusion of 3 days conference, we will have more
crystallized way forward, inshallah. Here I may proudly mention that in 2018, Pakistan Navy took the initiative to ensure that all the installations, units, and residential complexes will have 100% waste management system, plus the untreated water will not be dumped into the rivers and sea. Within a year, this goal was achieved, alhamdulillah. By installing the waste treatment plants, now it's an SOP that all new installations will have this provision in the planning phase. I am indebted to the Admiral Muhammad Amjad Khan Niazi, 𝐿 military, 𝗘𝘅𝗽ശി𝐸, Chief of the Naval Staff, for his continuous support and guidance for making this event possible. I'd also like to thank the Badar Expo and also all our respected guests, and especially to the chief guests to be with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have privilege to have Dr. 𝐻𝐈𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐻 as a moderator for this session.
Dr. 𝐻𝐈𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐻 is the rector of Millennium Institute of Technology and Entrepreneurship, Karachi. Dr. 𝐻𝐈𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐻 was the Associate Dean, Faculty of Business Administration, and an Associate Professor of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts at IBA, Karachi. Her teaching and research experience spans over a period of 20+ years. She's been working with national and international media as an international relations expert and political analyst since 1999.
Thank you. That'll be all. Thank you so much. Can I take over from here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. You know, all of us sitting here who belong to this country don't need this introduction, because what I see here today, all I am is a very proud Pakistani. That's who I am. And it's heartening to see how we've come so far. I have been part of this Aman exercise. I'm humbled and honored that Pakistan Navy is always kind enough to make me a very small part of it. So 2007, 2023, from 10 countries to 50 countries. And comments from all over the world who now see Pakistan as a bridge state. They would always say that does Pakistan's policy, does Pakistan have a face to its Indian Ocean policy? And my now response, because of this continuous, absolutely spectacular exercise by Pakistan Navy, is that Aman is the face of Pakistan's Indian Ocean policy. And it brings forward the whole construct of Pakistan's foreign policy thrust, which is of being a bridge state and a peace builder. Having said this, our challenges are many, and many of them are not of our making. For example, now what we say is if nothing changes, we will need another Earth. And that is the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen. We will need another Earth if we don't change how we move forward. And thus the whole concept of blue economy, which is a critical part of the green ecosystem. But I am very happy to share with you this, that the author of the term blue economy will be a part of this session virtually today. Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵, who's the author of the book 10 Years, 100 Innovations, and 100 Million Jobs, coined this term in 2010. And it has completely revolutionized the thinking process. So we are very happy that he'll be with us today, and with him, very illustrious speakers. The one is sitting on my right, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 will be delivering the keynote. We have our friend from Turkey. Our heart goes out to him and his country. Mr. Sura would also be there. And then we have two people on virtually with us. One of them, of course, is 𝗏𝗄𝗄 and the other is Professor Stephen. So why is this so important? It is important because it tells us how to move from scarcity to abundance. And who needs this more than a developing country like Pakistan? With that, I will request Senator 𝗏𝗏𝐭𝐡 to deliver his keynote address, which will come after his introduction, I understand.
Honorable Senator 𝗏𝗏𝐭𝐡 started his career in journalism when he became the founding editor of the former leading newspaper, The Muslim, in the 1970s.
He doesn't need an introduction. Thank you.
In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. And a very good ni hao to our Chinese friends, especially Happy New Year of the Rabbit to them. Your Excellency, my dear friend and colleague, Senator Syed Faisal Sabulzbari Sahib, Minister for Maritime Affairs, the Honorable Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Muhammad Amjad Khan Niazi, Admiral 𝐥𝐢𝐯𝐶, of course, the one and only Dr. Huma Baqai, who is a certified intellectual and scholar. And I will start by first extending my heartfelt condolences to our distinguished guest from Turkey on this devastating earthquake and the tragedy. And as you can see, this earthquake in Turkey and Syria have mobilized the entire Pakistan nation in supporting, in sympathizing and providing solidarity with our brethren who have suffered. Because when we suffered in 2005, your great leader, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was the first to reach Pakistan and support Pakistan. So our hearts go out to you. I would also like to compliment the Pakistan Navy for taking this very important and timely initiative. Aman 2023 is the 10th in the series of these initiatives with the theme Together for Peace. And the Pakistan Navy has been playing a very important role in a world that is being transformed in a period of turbulence and turmoil. And we are very proud of the fact that in 2019, the Combined Task Force 150 was led by the Pakistan Navy. And recently, ladies and gentlemen, you represent 50 different countries. You'll be pleased to know that in the most important global event in the field of sports, soccer, football, it was Pakistan Navy which was also providing security on the shores of the sea, while the players were peacefully playing football. So the Navy has demonstrated that professionalism. And 21st century is an era in which the Indian Ocean region is the center of gravity in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics. And Pakistan's location, Pakistan's role in this heart of the Indian Ocean region provides for a bridge between the East and the West. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go into the subject of the Indian Ocean region, I'd just like to briefly give you the brief geopolitical context which shapes our regional environment. And I'll refer to certain statements made by world leaders. President Biden says that this decade of the 20s is going to be the decisive decade. President Putin said this decade of the 20s is the most dangerous decade. President Xi Jinping said at the 20th Party Congress of the Communist Party of China in Beijing in October that we are witnessing once-in-a-century changes. And the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, has said in an article published recently in the Foreign Affairs, January-February of Foreign Affairs, he says, we are witnessing an epochal tectonic shift in the global balance of power. And I think the most important statement was made in 2022 by President Macron of France. And he said, we are witnessing the end of 300 years of global Western hegemony. So this is where the world is, an inexorable shift from the West to the East in terms of the balance of economic, cultural, and political power, which one of the founding fathers of Pakistan, the great poet of the East, Dr. Allama Iqbal, had predicted 90 years ago, when he had said in his poetry, "Dekh, mashriq se ubarte hue suraj ko dekh." See the sun rising in the east, and we are seeing the rise of the Asian century. When we talk of the Indian Ocean region as the center piece of geopolitics and geoeconomics, the core of that is the relationship between the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China is the first non-Western power in recent history to emerge as a major competitor of Western domination in the field of economy and strategy. And I was recently reading a very interesting study made by Harvard University. And Huma, you must have it distributed. The study was done in November by Professor Graham Allison. It's a 52-page study you can find in the Google. It's called The Great Tech Rivalry, China versus the United States. 52 pages. And it says, and this is the core of the issue, China is overtaking the United States in high-tech manufacturing and science and technology. And they mention China produced last year 1.5 billion cell phones, 250 million computers, 25 million automobiles. But more than that, they talk of China either catching up or China either reaching that level, whether it's artificial intelligence, robotics, 5G, cloud computing, the foundational aspects of the 21st century science and technology, including STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, where China and the United States are almost at par. So we see three major global trends in this region, the broader Indian Ocean region, which are going to shape the regional environment and the geopolitics in the 21st century. The first is an architecture of a new Cold War is already in place. And you can see it from the Indian Ocean region going into the Pacific region, what the West calls Indo-Pacific. Actually, it's Asia-Pacific. But they have, since 2018, the new term is, according to them, Indo-Pacific. And there we have seen the emergence of Quad, whether it's Australia or Japan, India, and the US. Then we have AUKUS, Australia, UK, US also. Then we also have strategic agreements between the US and India. We had in 2016 the LEMOA, Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Association. 2018 we had COMCASA, which is about communications. And then we had in 2020 BECA, B-E-C-A, Basic Exchange Cooperation Agreement. So put together, that places India as a very solid part of the anti-China alliance being cobbled together by the United States. And that is a very important element. And for the first time, NATO summit in Madrid invited 4 Asian countries, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and Japan. and the NATO Military Committee chairman also visited Japan and other Asian countries. So you can already, there's talk of an Asian NATO, and there's already talk of confronting, and this started in the days of President Obama when he mentioned about the pivot to Asia in November 2011. And recently, 3 days ago, those who were listening to the speech of President Biden, he said that the competition against China will unite all of the United States. So this is a new reality in global politics, and there are two pathways. China has already announced the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, by President Xi Jinping, of which CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, is the flagship and the centerpiece. And a big success story. I was recently in 𝗏𝗏 and Port Qasim, and you can see how it has generated. The BRI has generated 300,000 jobs, and it has transformed lives in countries from the Solomon Islands to Kenya to Africa. Invasion there have been a certain division, but that has also given strategic space. The division in the world today, till recently it was between Islam and the West, Muslim world facing the Western countries. Now it is a different kind, North, South. The global North being West, and the global South being mostly the developing countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And you can see the positions that have been taken by the global South are somewhat markedly different than the positions taken by the global North on this issue of Ukraine. And one expression of that was the recent landmark visit of President Xi Jinping to Saudi Arabia. And it was quite historic, his reception and the way he was received. And recently, for the first time, there was a high-level American warning given to two countries in the region, UAE, United Arab Emirates, and 𝗘rkey, about their trade and about their economic relationship with Russia. So I think this is an important element also that will show whether for the first time in 25 years, Pakistan, India, and China have taken a similar position on a global issue, because we all three of us abstained on the Ukraine vote in the United Nations. The third major development, ladies and gentlemen, is extremely important for our region. We are seeing, because of the strategic space, especially after the vacation of Afghanistan by the US military, the rise of what I call Muslim middle powers like Pakistan, like Saudi Arabia, like Turkey, like Iran, and others. And that is showing itself in foreign diplomatic relations, economic foreign policy, and other areas. And it is in this context that Pakistan also, I think, needs to reassess its global strategic vision, and also, in my view, do some strategic course correction. And which is the most important strategic course correction for us? The most important is that we in Pakistan have had a sort of sea blindness, that we have always viewed the plains of Punjab or the north as being the center of gravity in terms of strategy. That is no longer the case. The future is about the Indian Ocean region. The sea blindness has to end, and Pakistan Navy has to be playing a leadership role in not just protecting our sea lanes, but proactively promoting what they're doing now. Maritime diplomacy, maritime security, maritime economy. And we are very fortunate that a few years ago, in 2015, Pakistan's continental shelf, our seabed, was expanded by 50,000 square kilometers. And that is a huge potential for exploration, for taking it forward. And maritime economy is going to be shaping up this whole region in a big way. The World Bank had a study done, and they said the maritime economy, the blue economy of Pakistan, has the potential of $100 billion. And that, together with our mineral resources, which we have in different parts of Pakistan, buried deep under, along with our natural gas reserves, comes to a total of $1 trillion. And in that regard, I've just come from Islamabad, we talk of IMF, we can bid goodbye to IMF. We don't need to be dependent on IMF or this culture of IMF and loans and subsidies and move forward. For this, I would like to also propose a couple of things through the courtesy of the Honorable Ministers, 𝐷𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐻, who I know is a very effective man. He's a doer, and he used to be a doer in Karachi, but I hope he'll be a doer in Islamabad also. And Shah Sahab, you should take the initiative. Number one, establish a national seabed authority to focus on this new continental shelf, the expansion that we have seen. That's number one. Number two, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs should have a permanent secretary who is from the Navy, an admiral, maybe a commodore also, brilliant commodore. Admiral 𝐥𝐈𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐻 can nominate some of his good dynamic officers. When we have Ministry of Defense headed by a general, we have Ministry of Defense Production headed by a lieutenant general. Why? This is extremely important. Navy is a bit of the Muslim service, but they have to play a role now because this is, our future is maritime. And in this regard, if you have a naval officer running your ministry, rather than any other bureaucrat, I think this will make a qualitative difference. And that would be the game changer in our strategy to build Pakistan in the 21st century, because economic independence is the material basis for political independence. And the key to economic independence is not IMF in Washington, D.C., or going other places. You have CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. You have TAPI, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline. You have regional connectivity, and you have huge offshore resources, the blue economy, as well as the mineral resources. So the way forward to build Pakistan, to strengthen Pakistan in the 21st century, I think is very clear, but certain decisions have to be taken. For a long time, we have avoided taking those decisions. But I would say, military style, Shah Sahab, tuck, tuck, tuck. Have the National Seabed Authority, number one. Number two, have a secretary in your organization who is from the Navy, and formulate a strategy like CPEC, which has the consensus of all the political forces and all the stakeholders, a strategy to build Pakistan's blue economy by exploration and exploitation of the natural resources which the World Bank says are worth $100 billion. There's no reason that we cannot prove ourselves equal to the task. I thank the Pakistan Navy once again for this timely initiative, and I wish them good luck, and I wish the foreign participants a very good stay. Pakistanis are a very warm and welcoming people, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the hospitality of the Pakistan Navy and the people of Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. As always, a solution-oriented approach. I was just wondering if you've put the poor minister in a spot. But having said this, I've just come back from Davos. And like always, the World Economic Forum gave the world a new term to chew on. And this time, the term was polycrisis, which essentially, we understand polycrisis immediately. It's very close to polygamy. We are akin to it. But back in Davos, there was a lot of debate on this particular concept. And then if we link to the whole concept of architecture of a new Cold War, I think it becomes very, very difficult. You know, when this balloon crisis was happening between the United States of America and China, and the exchange that was happening on it, I for a moment thought, it's China and the United States, or is it India, Pakistan? Because we were talking about pigeons and stuff, and now they're talking about balloons, more sophisticated, of course. But on a serious note, the question is, which is very, very important, and that is that this rising confrontation between a status quo power and an emerging power will make the whole global geostrategic environment very critical, not just that of the Indian Ocean. And that is why the consensus between the intellectuals is that perhaps competition, but confrontation is not an option. And the last word, something the senator also pointed out towards, is that it makes the role of middle powers very, very important to the direction the world politics will take. And ladies and gentlemen, if there is a Cold War, it is going to be on the sea lanes. So Mazloom, you're not. You're the face. Thank you. Do we have, who do we have online with us? Mr. Paul Gunter?
Professor Dr. Stephen Haynes.
Okay, so now he's joining us virtually from the University of Greenwich. We're very honored to have you here with us. We have an audience keenly awaiting to your pearls of wisdom. But before that, we'll do a formal introduction. Over to you.
Dr. Stephen Haynes is currently Professor of Public International Law at the University of Greenwich, London, and an honorary trustee of the NGO Human Rights at Sea. He was also a commander in the UK's Royal Navy retired list, who served between 1971 and 2003, including on a number of maritime law enforcement operations.
The floor is yours.
I'm going to share my screen, I hope, and I'm also going to put up my presentation. Can everybody see that? I hope they can. I'm very, very honored indeed to be a speaker at the conference. I was due to come out to Pakistan for the conference itself. Unfortunately, work pressures at the university, unexpected work pressures 2 or 3 weeks ago, made that impossible. And I am really very, very disappointed not to be there in the room with you all. I'm also very honored indeed, I have to say, to be invited to give this presentation. It's an extraordinary honor as far as I'm concerned to be able to come to you remotely in this way and to say a few things about the maritime strategic environment as I put on that first slide, from mare liberum to mare legitimum. But a number of slides which I've put together especially for the conference so that people will be able to see what the thesis is behind what I'm saying. If I were to say everything that's on the slides, it would take me a lot longer than the 15 minutes that I've been allocated. So I will rush through the slides. Anybody who wants them can have them. And anybody who wants to continue the conversation with me can clearly get in touch with me by email. My email address is on that first slide. Now, where am I going? I don't know what's happening.
Professor, I hate to interrupt, but we can't see your screen. Please, can you share your screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll share my screen. I'm apologies for that. Let me go up to there. Do that. Is that better?
I think we can move on, but if you have something else to share, we can't see it just yet.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Let me talk, and I'll see if I can get my screen up onto the get my presentation up onto the screen as soon as I can. I've shared the screen. You've got my screen in front of you. I'm not quite sure why I've got all that up there. This is crazy. Is that better?
See the screen now, thank you. Yes.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. I'm very relieved to hear it. Okay, what I'm going, you've heard my background. I'm a former Royal Navy officer. A couple of decades ago, I retired from our Ministry of Defence and went into the academic world. I'd been an academic also before that, but I spent a number of years on law enforcement operations at sea. But more recently, as an academic, I've focused increasingly on maritime affairs, ocean government affairs, governance affairs, and I have a particular interest in the issue of human rights at sea. But I regard my career, both naval and academic, as merging into a 50-year maritime career, really. I've been involved one way or another with the sea since 1971. What I'm going to be talking about is what I believe is, and it's very interesting that President Macron was quoted in saying the end of 300 years of global Western hegemony, because I would not disagree with him at all on that particular view. It is my contention that there was a period of about 350 years of Western maritime dominance from the early 17th century right the way through to the middle of the 20th century, but that the circumstances in maritime terms since then have been changing very, very dramatically, and it's what I call the end of the 𝐿𝐸zian era, 𝐿𝐸zian being the Dutch philosopher who posited the thesis of free seas, mare liberum, in a publication back in 1609. As far as I'm concerned, this is something that we now need to put a very, very significant question mark against. As I've said on that first slide, the era of maritime imperial rivalry and European expansion is over. And it's been over now for over half a century as far as I'm concerned. I look at things in a historical perspective, and I certainly see that there is this massive shift away from European interests and North American interests, of course, as well. That period of 350 years between the early 17th century and the middle of the 20th century was a significant era in maritime affairs, and indeed a significant era in global affairs. But we're having to look at what is going on and what has been going on since the middle of the 20th century. And it is my belief, and I've looked at a whole raft of things, which I'll explain in the next few minutes. It seems to me that we are experiencing profound change, such that the old notion of mare liberum, free seas, has got to be questioned very seriously, because it is not serving us well, given the major challenges we've got to focus on, and as others have already said, the global maritime environment is a very, very important and indeed crucial part of the world's environment that we need to take care of. I tend to look at that change since 1945. I choose 1945, 1950. Yes, of course, it was the end of the Second World War, which was the last, as far as I'm concerned as a historian, the last of the maritime imperial wars. Now, it's obviously there were great massive land components to that war, but as far as I'm concerned, that was the last time that major global maritime war occurred. So from the 1950s onwards, I'm analysing the ocean environment, and I'm analysing it under 8 different headings, and you see those headings there: the political heading, the economic, the institutional, the social, technological, physical, security, and normative. And I'm going to run through these very quickly. I'm not going to be able to say everything that's going on in these dimensions, merely to stress very much that the change has been massive, it's profound, and it's going in a direction that makes certain ways of looking at the oceans in the past entirely inappropriate. And I must say, and I'll admit to this audience certainly, that as a naval officer from the Royal Navy, I was for many years quite convinced that free seas was a very important way of looking at the oceans, but I've changed my mind, and I'm not very popular amongst my British and US naval colleagues for saying that sort of thing, because both of my Navy and the United States Navy stress frequently the importance of free seas. Well, I'm raising a serious question mark against that notion of free seas, and I'm doing so for these 8-dimensional reasons. As I've said, there's a whole string of bullet points on these slides that are coming up that I can't possibly go through. But we are in a fundamentally different political situation in the 21st century from the situation that we were in up until the middle of the 20th century and slightly later. The economic dimension, well, that's what this conference is also focusing on. As you've seen, there a 6-fold increase in maritime trade since the 1950s, most carried now in very, very large merchant ships, tankers, container vessels. The issue of convenience flags or open registries is an issue. threats to the sustainability of global fish stocks, and I worked for 3 years as a British Sea Fisheries Officer, so I have a practical understanding of the issues to do with fisheries enforcement. The development of continental shelf, mineral and has already been commented on. Pakistan's continental shelf is a very important part of your concern for the maritime environment. The realization that increased resource exploitation leads to scarcity, and the drive for some measure of ownership or responsible governance of the oceans is really very, very important indeed. The next dimension that is the institutional one, and of course the last 50, 60, 70, 80 years has been about the United Nations system, the proliferation of independent states that formed out of the disintegrating European maritime empires. Very, very important. It's led to a 3 to 4 times increase in the number of states. In the 1940s, it was just over 50 states in the United Nations. It's now 193. And those developing states were already signifying their significance and their influence during the Law of the Sea negotiations in the 1970s, 1980s, under the sort of heading of the Group of 77. The final dimension, the final dimensional institutional dimension is the development of governmental organizations, global, regional and sectoral, and also the increase in the number of non-governmental organizations that are taking an interest in the sea, and my own Human Rights at Sea is but one of them. And that leads me on to the social dimension. This is the one that I'm particularly passionate about these days as a trustee of Human Rights at Sea. When I tell people in these sorts of lectures that the population of the oceans, as I am speaking, is around 30 million people, they look at me as though I'm going mad. But that is a fact. Merchant seafarers are a minority, in fact. There are about 1.5 million of them, just more than that. The bulk of those mariners out there at sea, as I'm speaking, are fishers. But you've also got massive cruise ships. You've got luxury yachts, over 9,000 luxury yachts these days. Ferries, naval and other public vessels, offshore oil and gas industry workers, migrants, both regular and irregular. And of course, very important not to forget, the maritime criminals who are taking advantage of the maritime environment. The technological dimension is also crucially important, and most of the change that has happened has got technology behind it. Development in ocean resource exploitation, for example, is down to technology. Advances in technology for monitoring activities at sea. Improvements and advances in ship technology. I was saying to somebody just a couple of days ago that although I'm getting elderly, I'm 70 now, I don't believe it impossible that I will see entirely autonomous major size merchant ships making passage from the east to Europe in that container trade or something similar before I finally leave this world. Advances in communications technology, reducing but not yet entirely ending the remote nature of the oceans. We are becoming less sea blind by technology. The physical dimension is all about things like changing climate, about the strategic consequences of the warming effects in my region in Northern Europe. Of course, we're very concerned about the Arctic, but the Arctic has also got consequences for what happens in the Indian Ocean. Dealing with environmental issues, including ocean warming, ocean level changes, marine pollution, that's already been mentioned today, and I'm sure will be mentioned time and time again in the next 3 days. There's a security dimension, and that, of course, as a former naval person involved in maritime law enforcement, I'm seriously interested in as well. Very much increase in trafficking of arms, drugs, and people by sea. Need to ensure much greater measure of human security. Those 30 million people at sea need to be protected. A disturbing increase in slavery at sea. You know, some people think that slavery has disappeared, but it hasn't. It is rife in certain sectors at sea today, and nobody is doing anything seriously to prevent it, to stop it, and to punish those who are guilty of it. Obviously, piracy and armed robbery at sea you in the Indian Ocean are very familiar with as a result of Somali piracy not so very long ago and continuing. Perceived threat from terrorism at sea, the threat of low-level maritime disputes leading to action crossing the threshold from law enforcement circumstances to conflict at sea. And although major war has not been a major feature since 1945, and I do stress that as a naval officer, we have not seen a major naval war. There have been smaller naval wars, but not any global major naval war since 1945. And that, to my mind, is massively significant because I believe most of those major wars were a feature of the maritime imperial era, which I now see as being well and truly over. The normative dimension, well, I'm an international lawyer. Of course, I'm interested in the law of the sea and how that has changed.
Professor,
and obviously
may I please request you to conclude? I'm thoroughly enjoying your presentation, but we have a time constraint. So if you could kindly conclude.
I am sorry, I thought I had 15 minutes to speak, but let me say I will wrap up. But you're getting the message, I hope, that the change in the ocean environment, which has been going on the last 60, 70 years, has been quite significant. What are the future? I can't predict the future. There's clearly a need to address the whole issue of jurisdiction at sea, a need to move away, as far as I'm concerned, from the notion of exclusive flag state jurisdiction, a need for significant international agreement. That seems to me to be remote at the moment. But I must say that if we look forward 50 years, we need to have a significant change of attitude towards ocean governance. And that is my basic thesis. We need to move from mare liberum, the notion of free seas, famously articulated by Grotius, to something new, and it's what I call mare legitimum. That is to say, we need an ocean space that is well regulated, and it's a safe and secure space for all of those who are working and operating legitimately at sea, for them to work in safety and to take responsible advantage of the oceans globally. So basically the thesis is that so much changed since the middle of the 20th century that we simply cannot ignore. But unfortunately, I find so many people look back on the conditions before, and they are not considering seriously the profound changes in all of those dimensions of the ocean environment in the last 60, 70 years. And I will stop there in order to keep you going on time, but I could talk about this all day, and my 15 minutes is now up, as Dr. Bakai has pointed out, and I don't want to incur her displeasure. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor. I'm one myself. I completely understand where you're coming from, but I'm sure your presentation must have raised a lot of questions in the young minds here, and we'll get back to you in the Q&A session. Who is our next speaker? But before that, two things have been endorsed. Senator Mujahid also did it, and Professor, that is a pro-Grotian era, end of Western supremacy on the oceans. But then the notion of free sea, how do we contextualize it? There is a Western notion of what is free seas, and there is an Eastern notion of what are free seas. So let's see if we can if we can address this in the Q&A session. I think our friend from Turkey is the next speaker.
Yeah.
So would you please introduce him?
Yeah. Captain retired 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐷 was graduated from Turkish Naval Academy. Currently, he is a country head ASFAT. He was a project manager, Neural Technology, 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐷 𝗘𝘅𝗽cy and Turkish Navy submarine. Captain Senar has published 27 research articles and books. He has attended and participated in various national and international conferences. Captain retired 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐷.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, respectful Chief Guest, Minister of Maritime Affairs, distinguished commanders, colleagues, academics, specialists, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Before starting my speech, I would like to thank you all my brothers and sisters who shared the pain of my dear country with us and reacted at the first moment. We are at the end of the world. My speech, which I have prepared a while ago, has no meaning now. It hurts my heart to talk about the economy while my people are suffering in my dear country. Therefore, I beg your pardon for reading my speech without excitement. At the end of my speech, I have to leave with your forgiveness, so I hope you will find all answers which you plan to ask. If we come to our topic, first of all, I would like to state that we, as 𝐿𝐲𝐻, Turkish Republic Ministry of National Defense, Military Factories and Shipyards, are very happy to be part of the distinguished event, which has been organized for the first time by the initiative of Pakistan Navy and the patronage of Minister of Maritime Affairs. Considering that our topic is the blue economy, we have very important academicians and experts among us. As someone with 30 years of Turkish Navy experience and currently a representative of 𝐿𝐻, I don't have expertise on the biological characteristics and the oceans or the impact of climate change on the blue economy. However, I think a few words can be said about geostrategic effects of maritime security on the blue economy based on this experience. As you know, the concept of blue economy introduced after 2008 global crisis is seen as an ocean-based growth strategy that aims to provide sustainability in marine and ocean resources. The blue economy covers all production and marketing activities within the seas and oceans, from fishing to maritime trade, from coastal development to tourism, and from shipbuilding to the production of renewable resources. The banking-based economic crisis that emerged in 2008 adversely affected international markets and economies and pushed policymakers to seek solutions. The existence of ecological crisis as a result of the unconscious consumption of scarce resources, together with the search for solutions for the post-crisis stagnation, has become a threat to the biological diversity of the world and, at the same time, the possibility of the survival of the people living in the world. Within the scope of combating these ecological crises and sustainability of the seas and oceans, which cover 3/4 of the world and are of vital importance, it is aimed to protect the ecosystems, to preserve the biological diversity in the seas and oceans, to control the water quality, and to realize sustainability in this domain. Again, the blue economy model is important for the safe and clean food and energies to be obtained from the oceans, which are very important with their renewable energy potential. The blue economy is not just about market opportunities. It also enables the conservation and development of more intangible blue resources, such as traditional lifestyles, carbon sequestration, and coastal resilience to help vulnerable states mitigate the often devastating effects of climate change. So, what exactly does the blue economy covers and include? Activities that use or produce products and services from ocean or sea-based activities such as seafood processing, biotechnology, shipbuilding and repair, port operations, technology, and equipment. In the light of all this knowledge, considering that the center of gravity of the world economy has shifted to Asia, and especially the geography we are in, and that a large part of the logistics needs of world trade are met through the seas, the maritime security is one step ahead. In this regard, noting that exciting treasures of Pakistan, such as 1,000-kilometer long coastline with 290,000 square kilometer exclusive economic zone and continental shelf area, and also maritime sector, which has an enormous marine resource, such as hydrocarbons, minerals, and fisheries, we find that maritime security is once again the most important issue for all of us. In addition to protecting these treasures, contribution of Pakistan Navy in international operations against drug smuggling, piracy, and terrorism activities in the Indian Ocean region, it is inexplicable how significant and balanced power we must have. 𝗏𝗏𝐭𝐡, one of the most important commanders of Turkish naval history, expressed the importance of this 500 years ago. Whoever controls the sea rules the world. And again, our great leader Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's laconic words appear before us. It is our goal to have a perfect and powerful navy. As a Turkish naval officer, I was raised with the awareness of the truth behind these words, because Turkey is a country surrounded by seas on 3 sides with more than 8,000-kilometer coastline and struggling with the same problems. So, of course, I know that a strong and balanced navy is always needed to use these resources, ensure their security, and contribute to world peace. For this purpose, knowing that as ASFAT, 4 Pakistan Navy Milgem corvettes, whose construction process continues smoothly, alhamdulillah, that we will deliver to the Pakistan Navy in a short time, and that will contribute to the state security, increases our pride even more. At the same time, we want you to know that we are always ready for subsequent projects that will improve this security with the will of the distinguished superiors of the Pakistan Navy. We all know that shipbuilding alone is not enough when it comes to safety at sea. We also have to establish logistics support points, because the 1,000-kilometer coastline and the following exclusive economic zone of Pakistan are located right in the middle of the worldwide maritime commercial traffic passing from east to west. Considering the worldwide economic crisis experienced since 2008, we see that there are very important opportunities for Pakistan in this regard. When it comes to logistics support, which constitutes the most important pillar of developing economies, I believe that Pakistan can seize these opportunities with its resources and geostrategic location. As part of the use of these opportunities, I consider that investing in regions that I can think be the frequent destination, naval base, and logistics center of this maritime commercial traffic will make brotherly Pakistan the dominant power in the region. As a result, as someone who has been living in brotherly Pakistan for the past year and observing the difficulties you have experienced, I can say that what you need to use your huge potential is hidden in the magic words of Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah: unity, faith, and discipline. Hereby, I would like to express my gratitude to valuable organization that gave me the chances to address in this platform and in front of distinguished audiences. Please don't miss your prayers for those who lost their lives and for those who are still trying to survive under the rebels. Pakistan, Turkey, brotherhood and friendship, Zindabad. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Sarasari, and it was a pleasure listening to you. Of course, our heart goes out to our brethren in Turkey. The importance of maritime security cannot be emphasized more, but perhaps what is more important is blue economy, which is about regeneration and not recycling. It is about looking at what is global warming and then climate change and then what is sustainability. That is essentially what blue economy is. And for countries like Pakistan, the predictive analysis is that the anemic growth rate of 3% can actually become 8% if we can shift from traditional economy to blue economy. So I hope the policymakers here lend an ear to that. This is a speaker I've been looking forward to listening to. It's none other than 𝗏𝗏𝐿𝐴, the person who coined the term blue economy and also established institutes of zero emission in Tokyo and elsewhere. So please, would you formally introduce him, and then we'll have him on board.
Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝐿𝐴 founded the Zero Emissions Research and Initiatives at the United Nations University in Tokyo, and subsequently established the Global 𝗏𝗏 Network as a foundation redesigning production and consumption into clusters of industries inspired by natural systems. His latest initiatives include the design of a solution for the plastic soup floating in the oceans and the creation of a protective zone with islands to avert rising sea levels. He was the founder and chairman of more than 10 companies, chairman and president of 𝐥𝐈𝐕𝐄, and advisor to the rector of the United Nations University in Tokyo, Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝐿𝐴, Blue Economy Expert Principal, will be virtually joining us for his talk on comprehensive national security in the context of international interdependence.
The painful message that we have from our friends from Turkey and Syria, and my heartfelt condolences to those who suffer, but also a strong message to those who hopefully will be rescued under the rubbles. It is my privilege to join you for a second time, and I hope that a third time would be in person. I am here in Switzerland preparing a very important novel initiative in cooperation with a dozen governments, and I do hope Your Excellencies in the audience that Pakistan will also be part of it. If we want to unlock the blue economy, then we have to change the rules of the game. I want to be very clear that the way that we have designed economic models at the moment and the way that we are pursuing growth in these economies are bound by rules and regulations which do not at all permit a dramatic transition towards a sustainable blue economy. And one of these elements that I'm focusing on, upon reading all the developments of shipping we realize that in the first place, all shipping in the world is concentrating in the hands of fewer and fewer players. President Biden of the United States was the first one to last year call global shipping is a cartel of a few players. Some people do not realize that 60% of the container ship operators around the world have gone bankrupt in the last 12 years. Now, that is no coincidence. The bankruptcy has been the result of a very fierce competitive game. And of course, the response by some of the leaders of the industry has been the construction of ever larger ships. The arrival of those super mega container ships that have 25,000 containers have really eliminated quite a few countries from the map when it comes to global shipping. Can we imagine that the largest container ships in the world do not have the capacity to call upon ports in India, which is nevertheless the most populated country in the world, because the infrastructure requirements are such that there is no way to respond? It means that the drama of the high concentration of shipping around the world today in the hands of a few mega players with mega ships has led to a situation where most likely only about 10 countries in the world will be able to receive the ships. Even Singapore, which today is an absolute leader in container transport, struggles with these massive container ships that require no less than 3,800 trucks to be offloaded and transshipped. And therefore, the first rule that we will need in order to unleash global transport, shipping, and the maritime future is that we have to go smaller instead of bigger. The rule of the game has been to go bigger and bigger in order to shave off more and more costs. But even New York City, just to receive the second-rate level of mega container ships, needs to spend $1.7 billion to lift one of the bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the taxpayer who pays the difference and not those who operate the mega systems. So I think it is very important. We know that in the world economy, things run better and things run more efficiently when indeed there is a better competitive game. And that means if Pakistan or even Oman or Tanzania, for that sake, would ever like to play any role in global maritime transport, then it is necessary to go for a new rule of the game, the shape of the ships. We have designed now a second different approach to shipping. As I shared with you last year, and I'm not repeating that in this conference, we are the first ones to operate a ship that is 100% self-sufficient in energy and in water. We have a combination of intelligent kites operated by robotics, solar cells, hydrogen production, and reversible propellers, so that when our kites are operating, our propellers are generating the additional energy. We have demonstrated that this ship is able to go 4 times around the globe without a drop of fuel. And here comes my second request for a change of the rules of the game. I only have 15 minutes, so I cannot go for a long list of rules of the game that we need to change. But the second one is the classification of ships. I have been amazed by the classification societies that, of course, are very well entrenched for more than 200 years around the globe. These are private societies that do not directly respond to governments. But one of the shocking elements that we have learned operating a ship with the best of technology, demonstrating 4 times going around the world, and still the classification societies insist without any type of remorse, insist that we must have a diesel engine as a backup on board. I do not understand. If I heard the previous speaker saying that he hopes that in his lifetime he will see ships going across the Atlantic with renewable energies only, my message is that is possible today. But if you don't have for your small cargo ships that operate according to the designs that we have made with 100% renewable energies, if you don't have a diesel engine, you will not get a classification. If you don't have a classification, you don't get an insurance. If you don't have an insurance and a classification of your ship, then you don't have a registry. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a bit of a rebellious attitude here, because it is not possible that we are going to be held hostage to outdated motors and engines whereby the diesel fuel is the powerhouse of our maritime transport. We have proven, and we're not the only one, apart from my ship, 𝗏𝗏, there is also the Energy Observer ship. We have 2 ships that have demonstrated beyond any technological doubts over and over again the capacity. Well, it's now time to have a new class of ships. So therefore, in order to unleash the opportunities for renewable energies, the opportunities to show that there is no need to have a maritime industry, which is the most polluting transport sector in the world, even more than aviation, well, then we need to embrace the novel technologies. Now, this will accelerate not only the maritime transport, but also the coastal regions. May I just share with you that when you have a ship like mine that operates unlimited sources of energy, which is sun, which is wind, and which is hydrogen produced from seawater, ladies and gentlemen, you see the picture quite clearly. Any community along the coast will have sun, wind, and seawater, meaning that it will have an unlimited supply of energy and drinking water. This is the kind of dramatic transition that we will see. And therefore, I have, thanks to the initiation of the President of the Marshall Islands, His Excellency David Kabua, with the support of Malta, with the support of Singapore, we will pursue by the end of the year a very clear call of governments to change the classification of ships, including a new class of ships that is solely operating with renewables without a backup of a diesel engine, because we know how it operates. No one in the naval engineering schools is actually trained to equip ships and design ships with renewable energies only. Everyone is still learning today how to operate, perhaps in the first place, the diesel and the heavy fuels, perhaps as an exception, some nuclear power systems. But for the rest, everything else is a small, marginal activity. So unless we train the people to go forward, then we will not be able to do the transition. At the COP28 in Abu Dhabi, the chairman of the COP meeting, Sultan Al-Jaber, has clearly indicated that he is ready to entertain, as one of the greatest symbolic shifts of the maritime industry, which was totally absent from the Paris agreements in 2015, and which has only come late into the desire to abate and to reduce its emissions. We need to transform that late coming into two things. Change the rules of the game. First of all, by changing the domination of a few, by having a much more democratic and a smaller scale distribution system of containers. And second, by having new classes of ships. And my experience is that when we unleash the innovation drive by changing the rules of the game and permitting novelties to be introduced, then we will see a fast adoption of these same technologies also into the world economy, especially the blue economy. I leave a couple of minutes that are before me for eventually some questions, but I would like to ask the leadership of Pakistan to seriously consider these elements, join a group of nations, and secure that a novel class of ships dedicated to zero emissions and never use any fossil fuels again, that have technically been proven, that it will become the pinnacle of the innovation in the industries, and not the size of ships, but rather the innovation of the way we organize container transportation, any yachting systems, away from the diesel fuel into what communities and the transport world needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐻. That was absolutely eye-opener, and I thought he's only talking to the minister. But having said this, I am not going to make a comment on this excellent, excellent presentation that we've just heard. I've learned so much in the 12-15 minutes that you had to you, and I wish we have a longer session with you in time. I am now going to open the floor for question answers. I would encourage the students at the back and women to ask questions. Sir, I come to you later, once I have to go back to my youth.
Thank you.
Do we have young people? Any young student wanting to ask a question? Okay, sir, then you have the floor.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. This is Captain Farid Masood. I'm from British Merchant Naval LNG Fleet. The things are going in the LNG ways, which is very encouraging. But looking into the downturn of economy, with introduction of a new shipping into Pakistan, how pragmatic it is, or how it's going to react, and what time frame you think we can recover? Thank you.
Who would you want to respond to that? And I'll ask the minister to do that.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? Well, thank you very much. Certainly, we are facing some serious economic stress nowadays, but this situation will not last for long. We are determined. We are a country of more than 220 million people. We have faced serious times. It is time for some serious soul searching as well. I would refer to Senator Mushahed Hussein's comment on that IMF thing, that IMF as an international lender, as an institution, is not a very bad omen per se. Rather, it requires you to go for corrective measures, the internal controls which any one should have applied much earlier. So the situation is serious, situation needs attention, and the attention is being paid. We are trying to sort it out as early as possible. So yeah, Pakistan is resilient, Pakistan's economy will recover, and everyone's investment here is safe. Rest assured. Thank you.
Sir, since there are no more questions, I don't see any hands. It's yours. Please introduce yourself. We need to give the gentleman a mic.
My name is Salim
And your
Alawi.
designation also, please.
I'm sorry?
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Salim Alawi. I'm a maritime industry professional for the last 53 years. But I disagree with most of the things what the professor has said, because first of all, he says the GHG footprint of the maritime industry is higher than the aviation, which is incorrect, because the international maritime industry's footprint is 2.7% versus 4.1% for the aviation industry. The biggest footprint on the GHG is from the utilities, and the land transport, which has got 37% footprint of GHG. I didn't hear anything him saying about that. Then another thing which he mentioned about this transport system to replace all the ships without the diesel engines. Please, you have got a Rolls-Royce and you have got a Suzuki. There are most of the people who can afford a Suzuki, but they cannot afford a Rolls-Royce. What you are presenting, you haven't given the size of the ship, you haven't given the dead weight of the ship, you haven't given the capability of the ship, you haven't given what's going to cost to build that ship, whether people can afford it or not. Second, you are trying to rip off the fossil industry. The value of the fossil industry totals more than $500 trillion. It employs more than 100 million people worldwide. The investment in the fossil industry by the industry has been close to about more
Sir,
than
please come to your
$140 billion.
question.
So I'm just saying that to put the facts straight, my question is, what are you basing yourself on?
Thank you.
these things
Thank you,
which I
sir.
mentioned?
Mr. 𝟐🖝🐂, would you like to respond to that? Did you hear the question? Is Mr. 𝟐🖝🐂 with us? Yes, okay.
Yes, I would love to be in Pakistan and debate with the gentleman in public for at least the next 5 hours. You know, first of all, my network is 3,000 scientists. We have scientifically demonstrated that the shipping, as we have performed over the 12 years, is 1/3 of the cost per container than you're talking about. Sir, 1/3. Why? Because 60% of the cost of shipping is fuel, and for us, we have zero fuel. So it's a very simple issue of mathematics and comparing CapEx, capital investment, with OpEx, operational expenditures. So I don't have the time to go into detail since it's very short, but let me rest assure you that if you have 60% of the cost of shipping today is fossil fuels, and for me it is zero, I do have a higher capital to invest. And it's not the Rolls-Royce versus the Suzuki, it's how much investment return am I getting. And I'm happy to invest 2 times more if my return is triple. This, unfortunately, in the 15 minutes, and I cannot give in detail, but when we are meet to meet, I know you'll be a fan of the facts that we have. When it comes to the statistics, let me give you the little joke. There are several ways of going bankrupt in life, but one of them is listening to statistics, because statisticians will be able to prove whatever they want. I work with my statistics, you work with yours. It's not important what the statistics say. The key is, what's the action? CapEx and OpEx. That determines the shift in the industry. And everything else is emotions, which should be out of this equation. Thank you.
𝟐🖝🐂, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you very much. Ma'am, thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. I'm Commodore 𝗏𝗏𝗰 and self-assigned shipping analyst. Taking the opportunity of the minister present here, I would ask a question which is related to blue economy and the center core, how we will expand and make the blue economy better. So only one sector I will touch, that is shipping. Sir, I would like to know why PNSC is not increasing number of ships. They have the money, they have the best of the best procedure, most transparent, but your office has told them they cannot buy second-hand ship. PNSC bought 24 second-hand ship in the last 21 years. And
your
they have
points
done
come
excellent.
across. Thank you. Your point has come across.
Thank you very much,
Minister,
𝗏𝗏𝗏 sir, but
yeah.
my office has not told anyone that they cannot buy. This is not me. This is procurement rules, Pakistan, which we are looking into. And my office is facilitating my organization, PNSC. I believe Admiral 𝐥𝐕𝐄𝐻 can enlighten you at the tea break that what are we going to do. Our aim is for 84 vessels for Pakistan. We aim to ship everything from crude, clean, dirty, edible, everything in order to make our foreign exchange reserves better. So this is the aim, this is the practice. If there is a confusion at the government level, I am taking that to Federal Cabinet and I am going to resolve that. Rest assured, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry we've run out of time. I will encourage you to take your questions to the tea break. I am very grateful to Senator Mushaid Hussain Sayyed, Captain Sanar Sari, Professor Dr. Stephen Hames, and of course Mr. Guntur Poli for making this session so intellectually stimulating. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your questions. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Faisal Ali Sabzwari, Minister of Maritime Affairs, to kindly address the audience.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Well, since we are already out of time, so I will not take much time of the audience as well as the dignitaries sitting here. Thank you very much for inviting me as a chief guest here at NEMA's very enlightening session, and I believe that PIMEC is a very good step. I'm glad that Ministry of Maritime Affairs has partnered with Pakistan Navy and Badar Expo in organizing this wonderful event. I hope that we would be able to fetch a lot of research as well as business and concepts and ideas from B2B to B2G to G2G. We have all the frameworks available here. All the government's organizations are displaying their stalls, the opportunities. Our officers are here, Pak Navy's officers are here. So we are here to facilitate the delegates who are visiting. We are really grateful that you guys have come from different countries and attending this amazing event. Since the experts have already spoken, I would limit my talk to a few things which I could have added, that what we are doing, what we are trying to do rather. One very pertinent question was from Commodore Obaid, and I'm really glad that he asked. So the aim at the Maritime Ministry, Maritime Affairs Ministry, is that to increase the capacity, but not at the cost of the environment. Hence, we are already investing into the environment, be it the first ever combined effluent treatment plant at Port Qasim, be it the sewage treatment plant at 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄, with the help of Karachi Port Trust, be it the ocean cleanup startup with the help of Climate Change Ministry for Karachi's ocean. I understand, and I hope that you understand as well, that we do not control the local government and the provincial government, which are the main departments and divisions when it comes to the sewage treatment and contamination, everything. But since the responsibility of the ocean is with us, we are fully aware, and whatever resources we have, we want to invest them, be it corporate social responsibility or environmental responsibility or anything or everything. So we are responding to the call. Secondly, we sincerely believe that government's role is not to regulate, rather to facilitate and remain receptive. So we are receptive to the ideas. That's why, as earlier stated, that we are here. We would learn from this amazing conference and expo. I always maintain that indecision has its own cost. So that's why we have started taking several decisions simultaneously. Hopefully, you would be able to know about them pretty much soon. As far as the self-sustainable ships and the ideas and the ports are concerned, we are trying to invest in as much into the green energy projects and the terminals and other things at our ports. Yes, Pakistan is a developing country. Yes, Pakistan, as I earlier stated, is under immense economic stress. But given a chance, Pakistan is a responsible nation. We would live up to the expectations of the civilized world, of the developed world, when it comes to the environment, when it comes to the clean ocean, when it comes to the responsible trade. But the civilized world and the developed countries should also need to take care of Pakistan's need in these difficult times. We have been a very responsible country when it comes to the geopolitical issues, when it comes to the international issues. This time, we need the international world's attention. I hope that civilized world would certainly respect the intensity of the particular situation which we have been facing, be it terrorism, be it geopolitical situation, be it an overpopulous country, be it economic crisis or whatsoever. But the government of Pakistan and the state of Pakistan is committed to remain a very responsible state in times to come. Thank you very much. Long live Pakistan.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for souvenir presentation ceremony. I would like to request Honorable Chief Guest Mr. 𝐷𝗫𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐼, Minister of Maritime Affairs, to kindly acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them with conference souvenirs. Vice Admiral Retired 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐼, Military, Director General, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, is also requested to join the Chief Guest for the souvenir presentation.
First, I would like to request Dr. 𝟐𝟎 to receive souvenir from the Chief Guest.
I request Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid to kindly receive souvenir from the Chief Guest.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Vice Admiral Retired 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐼, Military, DG NEMA, to present conference souvenir to the Honorable Chief Guest Syed Faisal Ali Sabzwari. Thank you so much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, the subsession 1 of the day 1 of the conference has come to an end. All speakers of the conference are requested to join the Chief Guest for the group photograph, while the guests are requested to remain seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for 5-minute stretch break.
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमैक जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी
and consumption patterns have affected the availability of land-based natural resources, while equally stressing the ocean resources owing to the unbridled exploitation. These activities, coupled with the effects of climate change, are adversely affecting the marine ecosystem, leading to serious environmental concerns. Blue economy seeks to promote economic growth, social inclusion, and the improvement of livelihoods, while ensuring environmental sustainability of the oceans and coastal areas. It aims to move beyond business as usual case to consider economic development and ocean health as compatible propositions. The International Maritime Conference (IMC) is a flagship event by the National Institute of Maritime Affairs that is held biannually. Starting from the first IMC in 2007, 9 conferences have been held so far, and the current IMC, titled Embracing Blue Economy: Challenges and Opportunities for Developing Countries, being held during the Pakistan International Maritime Exhibition and Conference, is the 10th of the series. The conference will focus on the analysis of various challenges faced by developing countries, particularly Pakistan, towards incorporating the approaches of blue economy and bringing about innovative policy and tech-based solutions for sustainable maritime development through discourse by renowned national and international speakers and maritime experts.
All guests are requested to kindly settle down.
Over the centuries, rising population and capitalistic production and consumption patterns have affected the availability of land-based natural resources.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. Professor 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿, Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, consented to be the chief guest in this session. He will be arriving shortly. 𝐿𝐴𝐻
feel privileged to welcome you all at the 3 days International Maritime Conference on behalf of National Institute of Maritime Affairs under the patronage of Pakistan Navy, which is being conducted to deliberate on the subject of embracing blue economy, challenges and opportunities for developing countries.
The theme selected for deliberation in this session is Ocean Governance and Development of Blue Economy, Challenges and Opportunities. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, program of this session is as flashed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Vice Admiral Retired Khan Hasham bin Siddiq, 𝐿𝐴𝐻 Military, Managing Director, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation, as a moderator for this session.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Honorable Minister for Planning and Development, Mr. Ehsan Iqbal, College number 1090, Yunus House. It's a great pleasure to welcome you, and 50 years back I never thought that I'll be introducing him and I'll be acting as a moderator. Little did we know at that time that we'll develop into this. But Alhamdulillah, mashallah, he has outsmarted the entire entry of the 1971. So thank you for sparing time. You've always been kind to the Navy and making frequent trips to Karachi despite your busy schedule. The Honorable Minister, as you know, is an engineering graduate and an MBA from Wharton School, arguably one of the best schools in the world. So for a change, we have somebody in the political arena who is right up there as far as the intellectual capacity is concerned. I can vouch for his honesty, having been with him for so many years. So thank you very much once again, and wish you the best of the luck as you continue to make efforts, tireless efforts, which you had made in the last tenure as well, and now you're continuing to see to it that not only CPEC succeed, but Pakistan progresses as a vibrant economy. So thank you once again. We have illustrious panel. On my left, we have Dr. Christian Bugner, coming from, he's a professor of international relations in Cardiff University, arguably one of the best places in UK. As you travel from London towards Cardiff and Wales, you have the most pristine beaches and lots of rains. And so I've been to Cardiff many times. My daughter lives in Swansea, so welcome, welcome home. Then we further on the left we have Captain 𝐿𝐴𝐻, who is 50 years of experience not only as a practitioner but as a manager, and he has academic qualifications. And you must have noticed from his question in the last session, where he had the numbers to challenge one of the leading professors of the world. So we're very, very fortunate. He'll talk about governance of oceans. And last but not the least, we have Mr. 𝗘𝘅𝗽𝗓, who has been a very vibrant civil servant since 1989. He's currently holding the most important charge of Secretary Maritime Ministry, Maritime Affairs Ministry, and also in addition he is the Chairman KPT. Thankfully he did not attend the last session where he was about to lose his job, sir. One of the recommendations that came up was to have a naval officer as the Secretary Mobile. Being a doctor, I think he'll gleefully vacate the place if it comes to that. So thank you very much. Mr. 𝗘𝘅𝗽𝗓 has an impeccable reputation for being a doer. And I foresee he being a secretary, things will move forward both in the ministry and also at the KPT level. Since we are running short of time, so I'll not talk about the subject. The Honorable Minister has got to leave by 5. His return flight is at 7. So we'll have a slight change of plan. We'll let the professor speak first for about 10-15 minutes, and then we'll ask the Honorable Minister to share his views with respect to blue economy and the government policies to promote the maritime sector. So if that is okay with the organizers, we'll go according to that. So over to you, sir, for the first talk on the economic ocean governance, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the kind words. It is a great pleasure actually for me to be back here in Pakistan. I've been attending the conference quite a number of times now, and I'm positively surprised how well it has been developing over the year, and also what kind of difference blue economic thinking can actually make. Just look at the conference exhibition and all the industry and the ideas that are actually being presented there. So I think this is quite remarkable, actually. Now, we are here in this conference to discuss the oceans and how the oceans can be better governed. This includes the blue economy, but as we've heard in the first session, it also includes a number of other questions and problems. And since my background is in maritime security, quite obviously there's also a link between the blue economy and maritime security, but this is not it. We also need to think about conservation, we need to think about climate change, and we need to think, perhaps most importantly, also about blue justice. Now, what I would like to do in the next 7 to 10 minutes or so is introduce you to some of the research on global ocean politics that we are currently carrying out. It is also research that you'll find in our forthcoming book, which is called Understanding Maritime Security, and this you can hopefully buy by the end of the year. And it's very much also work that is conducted as a collective project in a research group which is called the Ocean Governance Infrastructure Research Group. So we are looking at infrastructures in particular as a way to think about the oceans. So my key argument here is we need new ways of how to restructure and think about the oceans. Now, I think everyone here in the room would agree with the assessment that the oceans and the maritime space have received unprecedented global attention. Whether that's pirates, smugglers, interstate disputes, concerns over critical infrastructure protection, climate change, biodiversity loss, or environmental crime, global and national policymakers basically are busy now trying to protect the oceans, and I know this includes many people here in the audience. Yet there's something problematic about it. We have a lot of activities, everyone is busy in trying to rescue the ocean in one way or the other, but often these activities are actually not in concert. They are fragmented, they are multidirectional, and often risk duplication or even contradiction between measures. How can we address that? What does that mean And how can we organize the debate differently? And if I could have my slide now, that would be absolutely amazing. Now, I argued that the current discourse is basically structured in 4 new paradigms: maritime security, blue economy, ocean health, and blue justice. Now, in one way, these might be all familiar to you. They are novel in the sense that they go beyond old ways of thinking, such as sea power, freedom of navigation we heard about in the earlier session, marine safety, or post-colonial justice. So these are paradigms that develop this thinking further, but they, however, also decenter from the state. They take us away from the idea that the state should run everything and is the only important actor. Many times it is not navies that control the oceans, but it's actually the shipping industry that does. Very often the threats do not come from other states, but from pirates and from criminals or terrorist organizations. And these are exactly the things that the 4 blue paradigms highlight. However, while they are new and share the emphasis on the non-state dimension, they are also radically different. If you look at the oceans from a maritime security perspective, it's all about blue crimes, it's all about terrorism, it's all about gray zone tactics and security threats. If you look at the oceans from the perspective of the blue economy, well, it's all about how to make money. It is about how to get people into jobs and how to make profit while keeping sustainability, quite obviously, in mind. If you look at the oceans from the perspective of ocean health, then the sea is basically a sick patient that requires science-based medicine such as restoration and recovery. And here, quite obviously, we are talking about climate change and biodiversity loss as the key challenges. But yet, very different problems come to the fore compared to maritime security and blue economy. Now, finally, the core issue at stake in blue justice is how to ensure that the revenues from the blue economy and the risks captured in maritime security actually are fairly distributed, both among societies, but also among coastal communities. And here the key problem are mechanisms of accountability and how to deal with problems such as corruption. Now the point here is, if we look at the oceans from these 4 new blue paradigms, we're not talking about one ocean anymore, we are talking about 4 different oceans. And at the same time, in each of the 4 blue paradigms, there are different actors engaged. Maritime security is about law enforcement, navies and coast guards. Blue economy is about economic calculations, planning and investment. Ocean health is about protection, conservation, environmentalism. Blue justice is mainly an activity that civil society groups and activists engage in. Here we are then not only talking about 4 different kinds of ocean problems, we are also talking about 4 different kinds of ocean communities, communities of professionals that are trying to address these problems. And here is the moment where things can often get very, very complicated. Consider the example of aquaculture. The blue economist would say, let's invest more into aquaculture because that can create profits, that can create jobs. Security advocates would agree. They would say, well, more jobs means less insecurity, so that's a good thing. But ocean health and justice professions would radically warn about the consequences for the marine environment and ask where do the profits go, what are the impacts on the coastal communities. Take another example, marine spatial planning and marine protected areas. Both of these are core tools in the repertoire of blue economy and ocean health, but at the same time, if you work from a maritime security perspective, you clearly would warn that, well, it's not enough to have a protected area if there's no one out there that protects it. You need the law enforcement at sea, and at the same time, those arguing from a justice perspective would point out that in marine spatial planning there's often a lack of equity consideration. Now, these are just two examples of many, and they show us that these the four blue paradigms, these four different ways of thinking about the oceans very often do not go together. So our key challenge here then today is to think about how to deal with that and how to go to a state where we can actually achieve synergy between security, economy, health, and justice concerns. Now let me end on a quick note of what that might mean for navies. I think, first of all, for navies, this implies to recognize their role vis-à-vis all of these other actors, whether they're economic actors, civil society actors, or environmental actors. They need to learn more about the logics of these paradigms. But they also must learn how to collaborate better with these groups. Now, today, navies talk a lot about on how to cooperate with industry, the blue economy, but not necessarily enough how to build bridges with the marine conservation movement or those concerned about justice. And here we're in essence talking about building trust, making proposals that actually benefit everyone. Now, as we all know, one of the vital elements for building trust is maritime domain awareness. For the moment, we are only using maritime domain awareness as a tool for operations and interagency coordination, but I think it can become a much broader collaborative tool, in particular if we are merging security concerns with environmental concerns and start fusing the environmental data into the security data. Perhaps as a last point, navies, I think, must take the ocean health, the environmental debate much more serious. And this is largely triggered by climate change. On the one side, there's an operational question. Climate change will pose new challenges, such as new environmental regulations, will lead to new patterns of crime, but also to a wider spectrum of operations for navies, including enforcing these environmental regulations. But we are also talking about more oil spills, we are talking about more shipping accidents, more search and rescue, and potentially more roles in disaster relief. So it's really time to think about and make an honest assessment, and this does not only apply to the Pakistani Navy, but to all navies globally, whether they are actually fit for the job that climate change implies, whether they are actually fit to engage with these other communities, the blue economy community, the ocean health community, but also the blue justice community. To wrap it up here, I've introduced you to a problem I think that is important. There are 4 oceans, 4 kinds of communities that often do not work together in the way they're supposed to. There are untapped synergies there, and all of that points to a revised role for the Navy, or is at least an invitation to think about these matters much more systematically and much more strategically than has been done before. I thank you for your attention and very much look forward to the questions and also the discussions in the tea break and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian, for an excellent talk about ocean governance. And the take-home point from his, as it appears, we have to think ocean governance and maritime security beyond the military and talk about climate and a number of other challenges which the ocean presents. And unless we do that, and unless the world global community is ready to cooperate with each other, only then the ocean's biodiversity and climate can be saved. Without further ado, may I request the Honorable Chief Guest to say a few words.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Admiral Hisham bin Siddiq Saab, DG NEMA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would apologize because I will leave early because I have my flight to catch. But I am here today to underscore and to show our support for the cause of maritime economy and blue economy, which is Pakistan's great endowment. Pakistan is amongst those countries that has been gifted by the nature a 1,000 kilometer long coastline and almost 290,000 square kilometers of exclusive economic zone and continental shelf area. That makes the blue Pakistan the second biggest province of Pakistan after Balochistan, which is about 350,000 square kilometers. But unfortunately, we have not been able to tap the potential of this blue province of Pakistan, offering immense opportunities. In our previous term, when we started Vision 2025, we targeted this area as one of Pakistan's future drivers of economic development, and one of the key initiatives that became a big game changer in this domain was China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, through which Pakistan got connected to a big maritime trade route which China had developed through Belt and Road Initiative. And Gwadar port, that offers immense potential to be a hub for transshipment, was developed to become a leading port and a smart seaport in the region. We did a lot of work, but unfortunately, that trajectory and that journey could not continue beyond 2018. And that also shows the story of Pakistan's 75 years of development journey. Pakistan is, as you know, unfortunately grappling with severe economic challenges, not only because of the climate disaster that hit us last year with $30 billion hit, while our contribution to global carbon emissions is less than 1%, but we had to suffer a big cost for the irresponsible development of developed countries. But today, unfortunately, those countries are not willing to share their burden of the loss that they are causing to developing countries like Pakistan, and we have to bear the major burden of reconstruction and also trying to fight the danger and challenge of climate disaster for the future. But beyond that, we also today face economic challenges because of the discontinuity in economic policies. I think, all these development seminars and concepts are good. It is about time that we as a nation also understand that why we are where we are. And to me, there are two fundamental problems that we have to fix for future. One, we could not develop Pakistan as an export-led growth economy. And to develop Pakistan as an export-led economy, again, depends very much how we utilize our maritime opportunities and how we seize the opportunities that blue economy offers. How are our ports performing? How competitive they are in terms of taking out and bringing in logistics. So that is just one part of it. But beyond that, there is so much potential for Pakistan to earn foreign exchange through export of fisheries, through coastal tourism, through exploration of minerals, through maritime transport. Gwadar alone can earn billions of dollars by becoming a port for transshipment to Central Asia and Gulf states. So these are all opportunities that we have to leverage. And if you look at the new emerging opportunities like aquaculture, maritime, biotechnology, oceanic renewable energy, maritime tourism, and so many other opportunities, it is estimated by some studies that Pakistan can benefit from blue economy to the tune of $100 billion. That is a very conservative estimate that how much we can take benefit by developing a blue economy. So in Ministry of Planning and Development, during our last tenure, we pioneered the idea of changing Ministry of Ports and Shipping to Ministry of Maritime Affairs, because we wanted to take this sector much beyond just port and shipping and to tap into the potential of our maritime economy or blue economy. And we also set up a special unit with Pakistan Navy's assistance and had an officer deputed in Ministry of Planning to work with us on the challenge of and the opportunity of blue economy. So we have a blue economy unit in Ministry of Planning. Blue economy is very much integrated part of our future economic planning. But as I said, the real challenge now is that how do we ensure continuity of policies in this country. Vision 2025 that was started in 2014 at a time when country did not have enough electricity. We had 16, 18 hours of power shortages. But within 4 years, we were able to add 11,000 megawatts of new power into the national grid. And compare this to 18,000 megawatts that was added in 67 years. That was a big accomplishment for Pakistan. So if we can do that in 4 years, there is no reason that why we should not be able to harness the opportunities that blue economy offers to us. And we have to link this blue economy to our strategy to now promote exports for Pakistan. The future of Pakistan depends how fast can we grow our present $32 billion export to $100 billion mark. Whether we do it in 5 to 8 years or we do it in 12 to 15 years. These are the two trajectories that will decide the future of our economy. And I think we have no option except to gear up and ensure that we follow with full focus and concerted effort the economic potential of Pakistan to produce exports and also to link our maritime sector to facilitate this export performance, which means turning our ports into very efficient ports, turning our maritime operations into efficient operations. It is a sad state that Pakistan National Shipping Corporation, which at one time was a leading flag carrier of Pakistan on the oceans, is today gone, is nowhere. There was just like PIA was leading the way in Asia at one time. So we have to really do introspection that why have we not been able to translate these big success stories of the past into continued stories of success. And I think we need to now revive those traditions. If we don't have enough ships in our fleet, we will not be a strong exporting nation. If our ports are not strong, we cannot be a strong exporting nation. We have huge engineering capability. At one time, Karachi shipyard used to make ships for PNSC and similarly other carriers. But today, that opportunity is no more there. So we have given Pakistan Karachi shipyard a very big project in the previous term. And I think with this new opportunity that Karachi shipyard has, why cannot Karachi shipyard be the next shipbuilding hub for Asia? And why cannot we manufacture ships here for other countries and do them more efficiently so that we have more orders and we can have more exports? But important thing is that while we develop our maritime potential, we understand the logic of the blue economy. Why was blue economy word used from maritime economy? It was used because the way we were using our resources, we are destroying the health of the ecosystem of planet Earth. Today, there are projections that if we continue what we are doing, by 2050, there will be more plastic in the oceans than we have the fishes. Now, we cannot destroy the ecosystem in our oceans like we have destroyed the ecosystem on our land. So, this planet, which essentially is a blue planet with 70% water, also deserves that the oceans and the seas are preserved. And how we take care of this resource is pretty much evident if you happen to take a ride on a ship or a boat to Keymaadi. Why are we not able to preserve the ecosystem of our seas? I think it's not just about exploiting the economic potential. It is also about maintaining the health of the ecosystem. And how do we keep our seas secure and not polluted, and how we keep them a safe and a secure ecosystem for the fish and the other aquaculture that grows into the seas. So these are challenges, but I want to assure you that our government is committed. Our future plans include blue economy as important drivers of Pakistan's economic development, and we look forward to support of Pakistan Navy. We appreciate that recently Pakistan Navy extended us technical support in carrying out dredging at Badar port. And you can see that how irresponsibly things have been handled in the past. Badar port, which was supposed to be the jewel of China-Pakistan economic corridor, was not given funds to do the maintenance dredging. And as a result, the depth of the port was considerably reduced and big ships could not come. But now we have allocated more than 4 billion rupees and we are carrying out the dredging, and we hope that Badar port will be back in full swing. We have started some activity with the ships that are coming in and bringing in essential cargo for Pakistan. They are now going to Badar port. And Badar, I think, has a lot of potential for future to be the main driver of maritime and blue economy in Pakistan. So I look forward to the recommendations of this conference, and I want to assure you, and I think National Institute of Maritime Affairs is doing a very useful, making a useful contribution through such conferences to give us the body of knowledge that will help us make evidence-based policies. So I assure you that whatever recommendations you will give us, you will find us ready customer to implement them, to build Pakistan's potential in this sector, which, as I said, spreads over 290,000 square kilometers, and that cannot be ignored. So thank you very much, and I wish you success, and I beg leave. And then I pass on my seat to my old friend and roommate in PF College, Sargodha, Admiral Hisham bin Siddiq. I think he will carry forward this session more ably. Pakistan Zindabad.
So thank you very much. Just 1 second, may I request the Vice Chief of Naval Staff to give away the souvenir to the Chief Guest, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
So we'll continue the session. May I request the Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, 𝐷𝗫𝐻, for his views on Pakistan's maritime potential, arguably the most important topics of the day. So thank you very much, sir, for sparing time and being with us for this talk. And I'll request the VCNS to pinch hit for the chief guest.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm 𝗏𝗏𝐿𝐴, and I'm having two charges nowadays, much to some people's surprise, I guess. I'm the Secretary Maritime, and I'm also the Chairman KPT. I'm very grateful to the Pakistan Navy for giving me an opportunity to give my presentation. I heard the Honorable Planning Minister about what is the potential of our blue economy and what we have perhaps not done so far, and as always, why couldn't we? But I'll just, for the sake of audience, and I guess there's some policy makers here, I wish the planning minister would also have been here. But anyways, so we could have talked about more of policy. So what is blue economy? I guess since morning you must have known of it ad nauseum. But it's the sustainable and integrated development of economic centers in healthy oceans. So there are three key words here. It's sustainable, it's integrated, and healthy oceans. It's different from what you have in the ocean economy. It's different because it's more holistic. It integrates. It talks about more sustainability, so that the country can reap the benefits of it. So there are these 12 sectors you may have seen and known, and I'll dwell with it as I progress. So this is the global status of the blue economy, and if you could see, it's a massive asset lying before the whole world. There's 7 billion population, and you could see the 2.5 trillion is the goods and services derived from marine resources, and $24 trillion of marine assets. And 90% of the trade of the world is through sea, so the shipping is doing the biggest chunk of our trade. 40% of humanity is dependent on daily diet comes from the marine sources. As far as the economy is concerned, oceans are the 7th biggest economy, and the oceans can provide 5 times the energy demands of the world. So that kind of encapsulates what the bigger deal is for the world, and if it harnesses this potential, a lot of good can come out from the oceans. Now look at us. We have 200 nautical miles of EEZ. But if you see the GDP contribution, it is $1.5 billion. And if our economy, now the State Bank is going to kind of rebase it and maybe bring the contraction of the economy now, but if we take it at $300 billion of our GDP, you could see it's just a minuscule $1.5 billion. So that's not contribution enough. If you see China, it's around 10% of their GDP, and the US is 4%. Even in the region, we are the lowest. So I guess blue economy has not taken the fancy of the policymakers, of people who are sitting in this room and in Islamabad and even in the provincial capitals, because a lot to do with those two provinces or states which we have, the Sindh and the Balochistan, who have a larger stake as far as the sustainability and the sharing of resources is concerned. Blue economy has a potential of mitigating our trade deficit. And this is, I guess, the biggest problem nowadays, what we face here. We have a $48 billion deficit, and if going by what the planning minister says, we have a potential of raising $100 billion. So in the near short term or in the medium term, if we are able to harness 50% of that even, I think our problem could be largely resolved, what we see today. Well, we have more than 10% people living along the coast, so that's a sizable population. Around 25 million people live along the coast, Karachi being the biggest one. We have the 6th largest mangrove forest in the world. So, and the potential for us to harness the tidal energy is 1100 megawatts. So just a bit of the challenge before the Maritime Ministry is to kind of navigate. It's a difficult situation in that sense that we are a federation, so quite a few powers are devolved to the provinces. Some are in the federation. So to harness and to get the potential out of the blue economy, it's my job, it's my ministry's job to navigate, try, partner with the provincial ministries, because the governments, because that's a key factor here. And I think in my tenure, if I am able to serve this country at that position, that will be one of my key overture and my endeavor. So MoMA is championing it, yes, but I won't go that far that we've been able to do much, but this is what we have done last year. But again, it's mostly as a legacy, we concentrate on just shipping sector. So this is just about what we have achieved during the last 3-4 years, and we expect to do more in shipping. We are trying to get more transits through Pakistan territory into the Central Asian states. We have had the Kazakhs and the Uzbeks and the Tajiks coming in. We expect some more shipping for transit. Transshipment, as the minister has said, transshipment of Gwadar has a potential, and we are looking very keenly how to come back into the transshipment business, because we've perhaps already missed the bus, but nevertheless, we have this SAPTL, which was designed to be a transshipment port, and Gwadar again. So basically, I think the shipping sector should do well. We were trying to align more to bring more dollars and to Pakistan's economy. Then the capture fisheries, I guess it's the most challenging, because our problem is between the provinces and the federation. We are more keen on exports of fishes, but there are huge issues in the governance of capture fisheries. We will be in in some time going to the Sindh government and even our Balochistan government to make things easier for us to not just export more, but to make it more eco-friendly and environmental friendly. The blue economy opportunities for Pakistan, as I've already mentioned, there are quite a few, and if you see, these are a lot of good potential here. If you see, it's like I've told you, it's about shipping, it's about aquaculture, it's about tourism. Tourism we have not done well again, and we need to have the partnerships with our counterparts in the Sindh government and the Balochistan government. But now that Rahat is sitting here, Rahat, thank you very much for doing this great study on blue economy. The draft study has already been done. We are very keenly awaiting for the final version, and I guess that will kind of encapsulate the entire challenge, the governance model, and just even on that, we have taken a few steps forward. So thank you very much, the World Bank, and I would say hinterland opportunity in terms of shipping. Then port infrastructure hasn't done well, and if you see, our port connectivity is not that great. I wish the planning minister would have been here to just tell him that, one of the reasons why we haven't done it very well in terms of port efficiencies is our port connectivity. So while in the CDWPs and the ECNICs, you have a lot of road infrastructure fundings, it's not come down south, and it's not come down south to our ports. So if you see the Karachi ports, it's perhaps one of the worst port connectivity around, even the Port Qasim as well. So I wish he was here, but I'm going to take this to the planning ministry to have the ports connected well so that we could reap more benefits. More port connectivity, more nearshoring, more industries coming along your coast will make us more competitive. And as the Honorable Minister had said, that we missed the bus on export-led growth. One of the reasons is because we are not nearshored enough, because we are still taxing imports for our revenues. 52% of our taxes come from imports. So if you tax your imports, you tax your exports. So a lot of things have to be, I would say, realigned. We need to look at the bigger picture, bigger potential which Pakistan gives us, irrespective whether we're in uniform, we are in CVs, our commitment has to be to the country. This country has given us so much, but it's now time for us to hone our mind and actually work for the benefit of this great country, which has great potential. I wish I guess if it was somewhere not smack in the middle of earth, I could have said, all right. If we would not have had these great weather systems, I would have said, all right, we're not there. If we didn't have this much of population, a great market, then again, I mean, there's everything going for us except ourselves. So I must really emphasize this. It has to be a national effort, and really we really want to take it forward. And lastly, it's been just a month from in the MoMA, but thanks to Rahat, she brought this draft study. We have now started in an earnest way in the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. We have made a broad-based consultative steering committee. Now, usually people have a few skeptic way of if you have, committee means maybe doing nothing. I understand that, because mostly don't do much. But that's the way to govern also. You need to have committees, you need to have people coming in the committees discussing. But I can assure you from my part and my colleagues from the Maritime Ministry and my good friends being the Chief Secretary Sindh and Balochistan, this time we might be able to clinch a few things for Pakistan. I really think that this is the time opportune, and let's not squander it again. I again thank you, thank the Pakistan Navy and all of you great audience who are here to listen to me. And from my part, from Ministry of Maritime Affairs, just feel very easy. My doors are open. Please come. Let's discuss. These are the days of great ideas. Let's not squander more time, and let's build Pakistan up. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us the overall global perspective with respect to blue economy, and also talking specifics about Pakistan's maritime potential and the opportunities that lay before us in the parlance of blue economy. We are also encouraged by your passionate appeal, and hopefully with you around as the secretary, we will have number of issues with respect to policy frameworks and number of important projects which need to be undertaken, as you have rightly highlighted. And with your assistance, I think the private sector and the other governmental agencies related with maritime affairs can do well, at least in the immediate future while you are there. Thank you very much, sir. And we have now arguably one of the most qualified speakers to talk about ocean governance, Captain Alavi. As I said, he's a seafarer himself, and also has undergone academic qualifications in UK, and he has international experience par excellence. Over to you, sir. Thank you. And may I request, sir, for about 10 to 15 minutes, because we already overshot our time, and so that we can give opportunity for people to speak, to ask questions.
Absolutely. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip most of my slides on the blue economy, except the ones where I talk about the potential which has not been exploited or been talked about.
That'll be great. That'll be great.
So here we go. Where's my presentation? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll start with the, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. That happens at my age. Yeah, I've traversed the full spectrum of maritime industry, fortunately, on the international side in the global world, 53 years, and almost in every segment of maritime industry I've covered. As a maritime administrator in UAE, and as a ship finance institution, as well as a ship owner, plus the smaller ones as a consultant and as a surveyor or inspectors and everything. Now, my company, of course, is a consulting firm. We do completely on the maritime side as well as oil and gas, especially on LNG. The global maritime economy, global blue economy, I will ask one question from the audience. The whole question of environment, which is based on the basis of COP21. Is there global warming potential reduction mandatory under COP21 or voluntary? I would very much like to have an answer to that, because I think most of the people are not aware that COP21, 2 degrees temperature reduction by 2100, is voluntary. It's up to the countries to decide. It's up to the country that how they're going to handle it. After the COP21, when John Kerry came back to US, he was asked how this will be enforced. And his answer was that we will shame those countries which do not follow. So please be aware when you're making the policy as a policymaker that it's a voluntary thing, it's not a mandatory thing. And yes, you have to take care of the environment, but you do it without compromising your economy. Now moving on to Pakistan coastal, everybody has talked And I'm not going to go into the details, but on the right-hand side, I put a graph that 𝐥𝐲𝐻 Island appeared in 2013 off the coast of 𝟐𝟎 after the earthquake over there. And this island was pushed up because of the leakage of methane gas, which is the gas which is used to convert natural gas, which is used to convert into LNG. Now, why is it that the LNG or the natural gas over there off the coast of 𝟐𝟎 Balochistan has not been exploited yet? Before that, there was another earthquake. I think that happened sometime in 1950s or 60s, and there was an island which appeared, was called Maritime Island. And again, it was pushed up, and of course it disappeared when the gas leakage subsided over there, and it was not explored. Yes, you need 20 trillion cubic foot of, reserves to make an economical development of a gas field. But then again, there are today, in 2023, there are technologies which are available which can develop the standard gas. So why isn't this technology has been used or been explored in Pakistan? Now, this is the Pakistan shale play, which is the non-conventional gas and oil. Pakistan has got 9 billion barrels of oil reserves in the upper Indus Delta. This report is by EIA, Energy Information Agency, and this report came out in 2015. This has got a gas also, technically recoverable, and it has got the oil also, which is technically recoverable. And why till today it has not been explored or talked about? I go to the next one. This is again the USGS assessment that the Indus Delta has got reserves of undiscovered reserves of oil and gas over there. I haven't seen a single rig over there or a single exploration possibilities or talked about, or even read into local medias. Sustainability. Yes, we have to be extremely careful in sustainability, because I can't read the numbers from here, it is 191 million acres, I think it is, which is water consumption. 80% of the Pakistan's water resources are considered unsafe. It is 80% of the water supplied in Pakistan is considered unsafe, and water scarcity and waterborne diseases result in a loss of 1.44% to the GDP. Projected water scarcity is serious concern. IMF report says that the total availability of water at 191 million acre per feet. By 2025, it will go up to 274, and it is complicated by the projected melting of 1/3 of the ice cap of the Himalayan ice cap. So we have got a serious water problem over here, and what we are doing about it. Our rainwaters are drained into the sea, and rather than being collected like it used to be done 5,000 years ago in the Indus Valley. The Pakistan maritime profile. Pakistan's maritime profile is that the merchandise trade is 108.34 million dollars in current US dollars, and the transport service trade is $16,334,000. Now, here's the important one, the maritime key facts for 2021 from UNCTAD. Shipbuilding, 0 GT. Ships recycling is the only sector which equates to 19% of the global scrapping. It used to be number 1 in the world a few years ago. National flag is 868,000 tons in dead weight, which equates to 0.04% of the global tonnage when you compare to that. The fleet, 58 ships. Fleet ownerships, 1,405 tons dead weight. In number of port calls, 3,792. I will skip this slide because I think it has already been talked about. Now, looking at this the four main sectors. It's not restricted to four main sectors, but it is what they have been used to calculate the impact of maritime economy onto the country's GDP. Services sector, resources, manufacturing, and education and research. Now, looking at the services sector, is the largest contributor into the GDP maritime economy. And among these service sectors, the subsectors which contributes is the shipping, which is, and tourism. That the two main subsectors which contributes to the economy. Resources, fisheries is the top sector which contributes to the maritime economy. The figures which I have showing over here is the figures for UK, so it doesn't apply to Pakistan, but it's the general percentage of application of the contribution of different factors to the maritime economy and to the GDP are very much reflected over here. Now, maritime value chain. At this point, please, I would like everybody to pay attention to. The maritime value chain starts with education, research, and everything. That's the front end of it. So we spend 0.02% of our GDP if we spend, in Pakistan, if Pakistan spend, they spend 0.02% of its GDP on the education sector. But I've seen the gaps. In some years that even 0.02% has been skipped from there. This is the port value chain. I'll skip it. Now, what is the correlation between the maritime trade and world GDP? It is an average. It contributes 1.5% of the GDP to the country's GDP on the maritime sector. What are the effects? There are direct effects, which means if you, like PNSC employs people directly, but then there are indirect effects and catalytic and induced effects. The indirect effect is that those people who are employed by PNSC goes and buy from the supermarket. So that's the contribution they make to the GDP. So it is, if an economy of the country has to grow, they have to have these, they have to take all these factors into consideration. Now, how do you grow the maritime economy? You grow the maritime economy around a ship owner, because it's the ship owner which attracts all the other industries. The service providers, the bunker suppliers, the shipbuilders, the security companies, the travel agents, all these companies are attracted by the presence of the ship owner. Now, unfortunately, this country had a very healthy shipping sector. When I grew up over here, and I was initially working in this industry in the 70s. But that despaired. It was a very vibrant industry at that time. There were 111 ships. There were private owners who were ordering the ships. But unfortunately, those private owners have taken their ships and their investment from outside countries. Now, coming to that also, why Pakistan does not have an international flag like a Singapore flag? So they can attract those ship owners, which are beneficial ownership is Pakistani nationals, and they can attract those ship owners back by giving them the tax incentives rather than losing it completely. By attracting them, they will be able to generate jobs. They will be able to add value to the whole economy, to the maritime economy of Pakistan. And that will produce more and more competent people and better maritime dealing on the maritime situation. Now, if I did a benchmarking, because I did this study in 2008, on the right-hand side is the different maritime clusters. The most perfect cluster is Singapore. And then for Pakistan, I've done it as a desktop, because what is available, whatever information was available to me on the internet, And so please, if there will be an error in there, it may not be exact on the Pakistan side, but because I collected my information from what I just read. You can see the different clusters have got different strengths, but one of the clusters which is completely and complete is Singapore, which has got 4.13 rating calculation with different weights. The weights I showed in my previous slide, which were there, that the closest relationship to the ship owner is with the finance. Then the next closest relationship is with the yards. So here, on that basis, they've taken 5 things. I rate Pakistan at the moment at 4.25. But the positive thing about this is the chances of Pakistan going up are more than Pakistan going down on this side, maritime economy side. This is the global ship fleets. I will skip that also. I already said that. It was 0.04%. Now coming to this is an extra slide I have put on LNG. I have, as I said, that I have been involved in LNG since 2002 when I wrote my first report on it when I was with DVB bank in Rotterdam. And I understand LNG. And then I got the opportunity to work practically on an LNG development of an LNG regasification terminal in Abu Dhabi by a company by Abu Dhabi Mubadala, and the terminal was to be developed in Fujairah or Ras Al Khaimah. And I did the site selection and the concepts. There are cheaper, much cheaper concepts available. Why is this FSRU concept, which has been taken, even on then particular concept, you can see that the what would you call it, MMP regasification cost, I've given here, I'll have to turn, on a 15 years basis from 4 different parties. These are actual numbers. Was from 23 cents to 22.5. Why are we leasing the FSRU? And if you're going to lease an FSRU at that cost, which is $150,000 a day, it equates to $54 million a year, and multiply that by 15 years is $821 million. And after spending $821 million, you've got zero to show for because you don't have an asset. Now, in the bottom, I have put down if you own the vessel. If you own the vessel at the same specs, the cost is 7 cents per MMBTU for the regasification. And the best thing is, at the end of 15 years, you still have an asset. You still have an asset which is valued at $240 million if you have paid to $280 million. So it is, and then you have a value added by providing jobs and training to your own people. I think I will skip most of them, and I will conclude the potential is enormous, and we just have to capitalize on that potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Alavi. It was an exceptional presentation, very objective and to the point. And there are a lot of take-home points, and I'm sure people around in this hall and sitting on the top at the desk would take note of some of the objective calculations which you have with respect to various. So without further ado, the house is open, so we have about 10-12 minutes for question answer. So starting from the back, and then we can move forward, or anybody. Okay, so over to Vice Admiral Khavar. Front row, please.
Very educative presentations. Taking the point from what Captain Alvi has said and what the Secretary Moma, my question is to the Secretary. For many years now, there are studies, dozens of studies lying in MoMA that Pakistan's freight bill is colossal. It's like he said, there's a ship owners which drives the blue economy. So why MoMA is so reluctant to get some ownership of the ships? You have a huge issue of current account deficit, which you can save about $5 to $8 billion. Connected with it is, if you look at Ethiopia, which is a landlocked country, it has more seafarers worldwide than Pakistan. We don't even have a training ship for our Marine Academy. So I fully agree with you. You're just in the saddle just a month ago. I met your predecessor, Mr. Chandna, about I think 2 months back. So my question to you is, when we will start working on already this so much potential of the shipping and creating, Philippines earns billions out of their seafaring community, $8 billion or something. So this is my 2 questions to you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. So regarding why are we losing so much on freight? So if it's around $5 billion freight we are incurring through imports. So one is our way of importing. Our legislation doesn't coerce people to go for an FOB. You're okay to go for a CNF, and if you go for a CNF, so people book freight by themselves. So this is, I guess, maybe $4 billion is through the containerized freight which we pay. But you know very well that we don't have freighters. Our PNSE hasn't done well. The policy of the government to attract the ship owners, I guess it's not been, I would say, taken ground. People are not really, I think the policy needs to be, redone with sitting with you people, so the ship owners or whosoever are interested. I don't understand why we haven't done well enough. I mean, back in 1971, we had 17 top ship owners, and now we have just the PNSC. So yes, thank you very much for asking this question, and I really think that that's a huge gap, and we need to remedy that. So I will be very keenly waiting for you. I also sit in the KPT, the ship owners can come. Let's discuss. If there is some gap in the policy, we would certainly like to straighten that up. Thank you.
Okay, Commodore Khalid.
Assalamu alaikum, I'm Commodore Khalid. My question is to the Secretary MoMA. Sir, I just want to know the present status of the revised maritime policy, because it's long overdue, and the future of the National Maritime Affairs Coordination Committee with respect to that. And I would request you to kindly share, if possible, the draft policy and the report which you are referring 2 times in your address, so that if somebody has certain comments on that to add into it, that should be available on your website or something else. And at the last, a suggestion to consider development of marine spatial data interface, which has been around the world. I mean, more than 50 countries have prepared it. And it brings all the maritime data at one place, by means of which you can get this integrated data to unlock the potential of that data into the information and then the knowledge. And that saves huge amount of money in recollection of that data again and again and utilizing it in best way. So I would like that if you can consider the development, sir.
So I guess the last question first, the spatial data. And that's one of the areas which will be doing that very, very strongly. Before I came here, I was the head of Pakistan Customs, and we drove the Pakistan single window, and a lot of effort already has gone into it. We now have the template, and it's very difficult to get government bodies onto a certain sort of platform. So if you want a spatial data, you need concurrence of all the stakeholders who work. For the port community system, we've already almost done in the Pakistan single window. You know the IMO regulation now, which says that you need to have a single window for shipping now. So we're almost there, but we will be very keenly working on this. But again, I tell you, it's a challenge in Pakistan. It's very difficult to kind of make government bodies share data. So immigration will not talk to customs, customs is not going to talk to Navy, Navy is not going to talk to the Army. So once we understand the power of data and we understand what the potential of data can bring, it's all about sharing that data. So it will be a challenge, but I will be going to the other stakeholders to make a platform. Two is about the question about the draft policy, the draft Blue Economy report. We can share it with you, but I think if you could just wait a while, let the final draft come, and I'll try to send it across to you also for all the people. I think Rahat may have some views on it. I'm not sure from World Bank. They are really have worked very hard on it, and I must tell you, if we could implement that, it would be just we will be going miles ahead. Like the other gentleman said, there have been huge number of researches made, and they are on the shelves of MoMA. I myself asked the World Bank people to give me those. There are around 8 studies, and I'm not sure about even that the policy recommendations were adopted. But we are very keen that to kind of you see, it's very important that we understand the approach has to be very humble, and we need to really interact with people and try to make things happen. It's these studies take a lot of money and effort, and after what we if we don't push the recommendations, that's money loss, that's opportunity loss. But thank you for the questions.
Captain Anwar Shah, if I'm not mistaken.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anwar Shah. I'm advisor to Karachi Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My question is to whom it may concern. I recall when Chairman KPT was present, we all talk about inducing private sector, but have we done anything? I presented to Senate Standing Committee a paper on flag of convenience. Why can't we do it? So naturally, I need to be educated, because obviously I don't have that much of expertise. I need to be educated that why can't, when the world is going for flag of convenience, why can't we do it? The second thing is this, just for the information of the House. Yesterday, PNC doesn't have any container experience. Yesterday, at Karachi Chamber, we offered them that if you give the container, we will give you the cargo. Though most of the private sector cargo comes from C and F, but we will use it because right now, most of the containers are lying in detention and damage. So we can use it. So my humble request is this, that kindly educate me. Thank you very much.
Looks like this Secretary Boma, who has just been in office for 1 month, Any quick reply, please?
So, sir, I understand what Pakistani importers are going through nowadays. There are a lot of containers which are still lying at the port due to non-retirement of the LCs. They're there. So the government is trying its best. I think there's some headway here. I hope we go through the IMF talks and we could have more dollars for the LCs to retire. Two is about the private sector at the port. I think you would agree, sir, we have now become a pretty landlocked landowner policy we have got now at the ports. It's the private sector which is dealing with containers, not us. We're just doing bulk, and now we might go into a multi-purpose terminal for bulk. Else, it's all private sector, the PICT, the KICT, the SAPTL, and then at the Port Qasim you have the DP Works. So, so basically it's the private sector which is driving the ports now, and we have a landowner policy now. We're really not, getting into areas where we think we're inefficient, and we let the private sector drive. Now coming to the PNSC, which doesn't have a freighter, so I understand if we had freighters, we could have saved some very precious dollars for the country in terms of that, the PNSC could have, saved that much of freight. So let's all, as I have listened to you in the Senate committee meeting also, Shah Sahab, jo bhi kaam hoga, whatever is going to happen, we'll have to sit across the table or maybe round tables and try to hammer things out. Already we have lost, as I said earlier, lost a few opportunities. But the opportunities are always there. So the new chairman PNSC is a young guy and a rear admiral, and mostly he's around the world just doing his bit for you people. So let's just see how we, and for PNSC, I guess, it really needs to expand its financial base. We can only perhaps afford second-hand ships. We can't even afford a new ship. So that's a situation. So either we go for market capitalization of PNSC, or the government invests some more money in it, or the private sector takes some a pie of the market. We will try to get the policy formulated to the level in which we could attract investors to shipping. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. We've simply run out of time. Dr. Christian Buger wants to make a small comment, and then we'll wrap up.
Yes, thank you so much. Quite obviously, I'm not well versed to answer or address these questions since my knowledge of Pakistani politics and policy making is limited. I just wanted to make two more general points. The first one, I think it is important to recognize that many countries are struggling with these questions, and that it's important to learn from countries that have a similar size as Pakistan. So for instance, Kenya is struggling with many of these issues as well, and has started a blue economy process and so on. So that would be my suggestion to government, and to study carefully the other cases of countries that are in a similar situation. The second and last point, I think we need to be highly aware of what the blue economy is. In many ways, it is a scam, right? It promises heaven, growth, jobs, whatsoever. But it's not it's not the silver bullet. We have to be very realistic what can be done in economic terms in the sea, and also how much we're actually destroying the marine habitat in doing it, because this tension between economic growth and sustainability is not easily reconciled. Usually measures fall either into the one direction or the other. So let's be aware of that and not only kind of like preach the blue economy without being fully conscious about these problems.
Thank you very much for a very insightful couple of points. You don't understand Pakistani politics. None of us understands Pakistani politics either. So we're in the same boat. Similarly, certainly we'll have a look at various case studies. Leave my pearls of knowledge or wisdom for some other time because we've simply run out of time. Please join me in giving a round of applause for three excellent panelists which we had. Each one of them could have spent the whole day with you. So over to Ahmed Saeed for the last ritual or whatever. Thank you once again. Thank you for being such a lovely and lively audience. I'm grateful for your participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for souvenir presentation ceremony.
I would like to request Vice Admiral Faisal Rasool Lodhi, 𝐏𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐻 Military, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, to acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them the conference souvenirs. Vice Admiral Retired Ahmed Saeed, 𝐏𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐻 Military, Director General, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, is also requested to join for the souvenir distribution.
First, I request Vice Admiral Retired Khan Hisham bin Siddiqui to receive souvenir.
Thank you, sir. I now request Captain Salim Alawi to receive his souvenir.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Syed Muhammad Tariq Huda to receive souvenir.
I now request Mr. Christian Bruger to kindly receive his souvenir.
Thank you, sir.
I would now request Vice Admiral Retired Ahmed Saeed, 𝐏𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐻 Military, Director General, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, to present the conference souvenir to Vice Admiral Faisal Rasool Lodhi, 𝐏𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐻 Military, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff.
Thank you, sir. Dear guests, with this proceeding of day one of the conference comes to an end.
Speakers of this session are requested to come forward for the group photograph.
Tomorrow, conference will commence at 9:40 a.m. All guests are requested to proceed towards refreshment area 40. Thank you and Allah Hafiz.